people. Hmm? The man come out, can admit it. Say, yes, I, Mr. Robinson, interfere with the database system. Yeah? The man admitted saying go up on the system, go falsify the information. However, the man said he acted on instructions. He was instructed by Shane Darling to put in this information on the system and update somebody's record. Little did he know, Jamaica, that he know things of the Jamaica Labour Party through Shane Darling. Huh? Jamaica. Mr. Robinson, the accused, said that he went in the system, but for him to get access to the system, he must get the authorization and the password from Shane Darling. Can you imagine? You are going to tell such vicious lies and cook up such vicious stories, and cause the man two business to be closed down, put him out of a bread. Eh? When the poor man knows that none of them are something where they accuse him of. The poor man couldn't prove it because only him can have the access to his data. But little did he know that it is somebody, the gatekeepers of a national database, to be protecting the man. The same person who is there to protect the individual is the same person that destroyed the man. And the man knows not him going at the system go sell the 2,000 rounds them. So he would have never put it on his system saying sell 2,000 rounds. And what they did to Mr. Kent Brown, Jamaica, caused the man to take the matter to court. But because in court is evidence rule, the evidence showed that the system, Jamaica, was changed. But the court no say a fraudulent activity, then fraud. The man can't prove it. So that's why the poor man called the Integrity Commission to make them know say one fraud a galang down at the FLA. Come investigate, because me know I know me do them as something to me own database. Somebody is meddling with the database. And that is what caused the investigation, Jamaica. And the Integrity Commission acted on such report and went down at FLA go dig it up. And that is why we are here. That is why we are here this afternoon. When the investigation busts, Jamaica, it shows that Shane Darling instructed one of the staff down at the FLA to corrupt the nation's database and to add information to someone's record, which later caused them to lose their license and their businesses closed down. Now when the investigation wrap up, it shows, Jamaica, that somebody put false information under the man's name. It further proved, Jamaica, that for that information to be added to the database, somebody must grant the access to such information. The report shows, Jamaica, that Mr. Shane Darling instructed one of the staff at the FLA to go into the system through the use of his password and alter the man's record. One of the damning things that was put on the record about the man is that the man sell an individual 2,000 round pan in range. And any amount, yeah? Any amount of, what you call it now? Any amount of ammunitions that you sold, you must write it down. But the man saying couldn't write down and sell these ammunition here. Yeah? Because my rain.
I want to go on with the general. Yo, Jerry Bryan, I hold them, you know?
Yes, sorry about that. What happened, Jamaica, is that the individual reported that these claims that was put on a database, yeah, I am not entitled to do so because on that day my business never opened yet, or it didn't open any at all that day. In addition, one of the individual which are them put in the database went up there to purchase the 2,000 rounds. That individual don't have the license to purchase ammunition. The man only have in his possession, what you call it? Before you get your driver's license, your learners. What that individual have is a learner permit. And a learner permit don't authorize you to purchase ammunition. So how then can put that on the system? It gets worse, Jamaica. Another third individual was placed on the man record. Yeah? Say that the man go up and range, go purchase 2,000 ammunition. But the record show that 25 days later, that individual who went up there had passed away 25 days ago. The Integrity Commission went to the Registrar General to prove if the man passed away. And the record shows that the man passed away 25 days before that claim was made. So how does Shane Darling go put information on the man database say me sell them 2,000 live rounds? Me, the dead, go up, they go make such purchase. Something is wrong. Something is wrong, my people. And this report, Chin, big up yourself. This report shows us, Jamaica, that our nation is in a predicament. I have never seen these kind of accusations under the People's National Party. Me no know them are going to come back here and I don't know. But Jamaica people fed up of the Jamaica Labour Party and there is no coming back from all of this. Can you imagine? What a shame and disgrace in the Jamaica Labour Party. Well, Jamaica, it was my pleasure being here. And we will continue to speak on this FLA report as the week goes by. Don't forget that at 2 p.m., the Nation Parliament convene. We will be hearing from Peter Bunting and, of course, the member for North East St. Elizabeth, Miss Zulika Jess. So we will be supporting those two individuals at 2 p.m. when Parliament convenes. Jamaica, I want to thank you guys so much for the love and the support. I really appreciate each and every one of you. Let us continue to look out one for another. Let us continue to champion the message of the People's National Party. We are on a high, Jamaica, and I'm just encouraging you to stay focused. Don't be distracted by the distractors. The People's National Party is poised for leadership. Let us remain focused. So with that said, my people, the word is love. Stay safe and stay true, Jamaica. Blessings, and see you guys tomorrow at 9:30. We will do it all over again. The word is love, Jamaica. Big up on yourself.
One J Brian, you know. One J Brian, I want to them. Ladies and gentlemen, I tell you, what a breakdown. Me dey have to catch that one there from J Brian, yeah, man. Real, you know? Mommy, oh my goodness. Lord of mercy. Woo! Lord of mercy. Of course, you know, I am not going anywhere because this is where I will be covering the what do you call it? This is where I'll be covering the parliament today for those sectorial debates. This live stream will be continuing until the end of that particular situation. So don't go anywhere. Keep liking, keep sharing. Alright, so we're active here now. How I go on the camera? Deactivate, activate. Oh, there we go. Yeah, man, we're active here now. See that? We're active here now. Yes, my people. Charmian Wagwan. Charmian says Shane Dallin, who acting like he is a paragon of virtue when he went to the FLA, mix up in a corruption. Now he is to go. Name soon start call Queen say. Then she Satan advocate there in the theme. Only no easy, you know. Mighty God, only no easy at all. Only no easy at all. Ladies and gentlemen, top of the morning, top of the night, top of the afternoon, wherever you are in the world. I want to highlight this recommendation by the Integrity Commission to the Ministry of National Security and Peace, MNS. The DI recommends that the MNS conduct a full independent audit of all FLA vaults with a view of determining the full extent of missing ammunition to ensure that all firearms on record are properly accounted for. The DI recommendation is based on the fact, FACT, that only 17% of the 4,103 entries on the electronic vault system were checked and significant anomalies were detected. Most noteworthy on which is ammunition being unaccounted for. The DI posits that considering the country's current climate in respect to the use of firearms to commit violent crimes, one missing round of ammunition is one too many. Consequently, the DI recommends that the reference audit be expedited. Ladies and gentlemen, when reading this recommendation, I am confused. I am befuddled. I am at a loss for words, ladies and gentlemen. And let me tell you why. Because of the statements that the article that came out right after this particular audit came out. Look at this. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Minister of Security Chang says efforts remain ongoing to strengthening the operation of the Firearms License Authority, including plans to improve firearm and ammunition storage facilities to tighten operational procedures. The comments comes following the tabling of the investigative report. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if that's the only one he came out with, but something he said in that article bothered me. And I'm going to go to it, you know. I'm going to go to it because I believe it's the same article. I believe it's the same article. This particular article right here, something he said in this article bothered me. And we're going to go back to the recommendation because of it. See? All right. Variation, revocation, among the findings, blah, blah, blah. Chang said that updates provided him indicated that there were no recommendations for criminal charges, no evidence supporting allegations that firearms had gone missing from the authority. He stated that representatives of the Ministry of Law Enforcement, Border Security, Forensics, Defense and Protective Division were dispatched to inspect the authority's facilities after findings emerged. Chang represents confirmed limitations to physical storage, blah, blah, blah. Being sensitive to this problem, blah, blah, blah. Accountability, blah, blah, blah. Chang says he has been advised that despite the space constraints, the authority maintains functional inventory systems and has been able to account for blah, blah, blah. Account for firearms and ammunition currently in custody. He stated that the ministry has already started work to overhaul storage facilities, introduce new disposal and destruction procedures for weapons, upgrades, hydro, blah, blah, blah. Ministry accounted ammunition, addressing governance. Chang said he has directed newly appointed board directors chaired by Justice to pursue process improvements while talking into account findings, recommendations. To be clear, adjustments made to the board and review panel are not connected in any way to the investigation connected to the commission or any loss of confidence in former members of the current staff. This part, the man said, the adjustments being made have nothing to do with the findings of the Integrity Commission and the confidence. There's no loss in any confidence in former members or current staff at the authority. Jesus. Jamaica, let me read that again. The Minister of National Security said he has not lost any confidence in former members or current staff at the authority of the FLA. You can't make this up. You cannot make this up. And he goes on to say, I have full confidence that the board will take the required steps to give effect to any recommendation from the Integrity Commission that will further strengthen the operations of the authority. Jamaica, if we go back, it says right here, the minister said that the reforms introduced, the minister also pointed to reforms introduced since 2017, including the reintroduction of firearm application, examination reviews, and suspicious approvals, audit of gun ranges, improvements in vetting system, and efforts to improve customer service. So all the work that they're doing there, it has nothing to do with the Integrity Commission filing. This man have full confidence in the board, and him have full confidence in the old and new staff that is at the FLA. You can't make this up. Jamaica, let me go back to the recommendations. Only 17% of 4,103 entries on the electronic vault system were checked. Only 17%. Not even 1/5 of the amount of ammunition and guns that they have there was checked, ladies and gentlemen. And a significant anomaly was detected. Most noteworthy, which is the ammunition being unaccounted for. One bullet can end one life. Mighty God of Daniel. Jamaica, Orange Chang Sem have full confidence in the board and him have full confidence in the previous staff, him no lose a confidence in them. And the current one, what the hell can go so?
What can go so? Fully done.
Something not right, my wisdom warriors. Something is not right. Tell you about them.
Stop it. Get some help.
Jamaica, you tell me one thing. I have nothing more to say. Absolutely nothing more to say about that. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the platform. It's about me and our speaks again. Zulika just highlighted something in her speech that I want you to want to hear, and then I'm going to show you the proof of what she's talking about. Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen.
But Madam Speaker, don't take my word for it. The Chief Justice himself stated that this ministry is an unreliable partner. This statement was made after it was revealed that the judiciary had to use its own budget to carry out emergency court repairs in Western Jamaica to give judges a place to work. When the courts have to stop focusing on clearing backlogs and instead start acting like building contractors just to put a roof over a judge's head, that is not a success story. It is a total system failure.
Embarrassing. We need some milk.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me show you what she's talking about. I'm going to go right to the article. I found it. Wow. Here it is. The article is in the Observer. No wonder I missed it. I don't usually read the Observer a lot. Let me read it aloud for you.
From left, President of the Court of Appeal Marva McDonald Bishop and Chief Justice Brian Syke. Justice system buckling under poor infrastructure, says Court of Appeal President. President of the Court of Appeal Marva McDonald Bishop has added her voice to those expressing concern about the state of Jamaica's courthouses and has declared that modern law practitioners require up-to-date and reformed facilities. Speaking at King's House during a swearing-in ceremony for 8 members appointed to serve in higher offices on Thursday, McDonald Bishop pointed to the Bible verse Matthew 9 verse 17, which states, "Neither do people pour new wine into old wineskins. If they do, the skins will burst, the wine will spill, and the wineskins will be ruined. No, they pour new wine into new wineskins, and both are preserved." Latest news. She argued that the Bible verse is a metaphor for Jamaica's outdated legal system and called for modernization to usher in a new generation of practitioners to interpret and apply the law. The image of the new wine being poured into old wineskins offers a useful reflection for the administration of justice in our time. The metaphor indicates that new realities or transformative ideas cannot be maintained within rigid or outdated structures without those structures being renewed. As I considered the metaphor, I thought of my newly appointed judges. In every respect, they carry the image and the features of that new wine. But have they been poured into new wineskins or old wineskins? Said McDonald Bishop. She charged that Jamaica's courts are lacking in several critical ways, which stifles the productivity of its professionals. Our courthouses reflect older architectural and operational designs that really are not suitable for dispensing justice. Inadequate facilities for victims and witnesses. And even though we thank the powers that be for looking out for jurors in terms of a stipend, we do not even have the facilities to even house jurors to comfortably adjudicate or deliberate on cases. Limited technological infrastructure, although we talk about virtual hearings and meeting the people where they are, charged McDonald Bishop. She pointed to the Court of Appeal building in downtown Kingston and charged that while it appears pristine on the outside, it nevertheless carries many flaws, including several security risks and poor solid waste management. The Court of Appeal building may seem new on the outside, but it's crumbling on the inside. Not because of neglect, because, to be fair to the Minister of Justice, Delroy Chuck, and the Permanent Secretary, Grace and Stuart McFarlane, and the Court Administration Division, they have given us everything we need, but now the sewage is seeping into the Court of Appeal, affecting us day by day. Homeless people pose a serious security risk for us. The taxi operators who park at the court steps pose a serious security risk for us, and so do the higglers who ply their wares along the courts, said McDonald Bishop. She argued that as the global space changes and becomes more technologically advanced, Jamaica's legal practitioners must also be given opportunity to evolve through the modernization of their work environment. When old wineskins become problematic, they cannot stretch, they burst under new pressure, or they prevent real transformation. I join with the Chief Justice, Brian Sykes, in calling upon the powers that be to pay greater attention to the needs of the justice system for better courthouses, added McDonald Bishop. In his address to the swearing-in ceremony, Chief Justice Brian Sykes also expressed concern about the state of the island's courthouses. Sykes pointed out that after Hurricane Melissa, which made landfall in Jamaica in October 2025, causing damage to several courthouses, the judiciary met with officials of the Ministry of Justice to get the main courts in Savannah-Lamar, Westmoreland, either renewed or replaced. He charged that 5 months after the Category 5 storm, there has been no correspondence from the government indicating its intention to restore the buildings. Would you believe that to date there has been no response in terms of getting the main courts in Savannah-Lamar either up and running or being replaced? Nothing has happened. And when we say that we need a larger budget, we are told that we are taking on things that are best left for the Ministry of Justice. But if a Category 5 hurricane cannot spur you into action after months, what good reason is there to believe that anything at all will spur you into action, said Sykes. He announced that through the judiciary's budget, it has been able to carry out repairs to several courts across western Jamaica to ensure that members of the judiciary have appropriate spaces to work. According to Sykes, the judiciary has repaired and improved circuit and family courts in Westmoreland and Trelawney, respectively. And so, we repeat that the judiciary needs to have greater control over the resources, and it's a simple division of labor. Make the buildings, hand them over, and we will maintain them because, as the experience of Hurricane Melissa has shown, the ministries are an unreliable partner in this endeavor, charged Sykes.
Emotional damage. Embarrassing.
He needs some milk.
Ladies and gentlemen, I told you I found the article, man. Speaker just told no lies. She told no lies, ladies and gentlemen. The Justice Sykes, they used their own budget to repair the household. The man said after several months, there has been no correspondence from them. So if a hurricane, and that's a good reasoning, if hurricane, a Category 5 storm, does not get the government moving into action to repair these places, what will, after so many months, what they must do? Wait on the hurricane season that is coming now to damage some more, and then they do repairs the next. And you see, here comes Nara, and you say, oh, Nara. Bro, you gotta come up with a faster response than that after a hurricane. And you're not telling me that you don't have no power to move and do things? How did you give JPS 150 million US? We are going to go to it every single time to show you that you guys have emergency powers and you could have done something. It's what you guys prioritized. It is your strategy. Let's continue. Let me see if you said no more about it.
This statement was made after it was revealed that the judiciary had to use its own budget. But Madam Speaker, don't take my word for it. The Chief Justice himself stated that this ministry is an unreliable partner. This statement was made after it was revealed that the judiciary had to use its own budget to carry out emergency court repairs in Western Jamaica to give judges a place to work. When the courts have to stop focusing on clearing backlogs and instead start acting like building contractors just to put a roof over a judge's head, that is not a success story. It is a total system failure, and the people need justice. Madam Speaker, there is no context in the world that would make the words unreliable partner sound good when they come from the head of the judiciary. Those words aren't opposition talking points. That is a direct, unprecedented indictment from Chief Justice Brian Sykes. When the highest judge in the land publicly states that the judiciary cannot be trusted to provide basic functional infrastructure, that is a vote of no confidence. Hurricane Melissa was an act of nature, but this delay in restoring our courts is an act of sheer incompetence. We are not blaming the minister for the hurricane. We are blaming the minister for the total absence of a recovery plan. It does not take 7 months to connect a water tank so that court workers can wash their hands. It doesn't take 7 months to post 1 or 2 police officers outside a courthouse to secure court files. Madam Speaker, if the Chief Justice of Jamaica can find the resources to fix the court infrastructure, what is the minister doing with his? And if he has none, is it that logistics has prevented the good Prime Minister from directing some of the barely touched disaster recovery funds to restore access to justice in these hurricane-affected parishes?
Emotional damage.
I put it to you, Madam Speaker, justice under this government is a disaster in need of recovery. I urge the minister to commission and fund an emergency infrastructural and security audit of all rural courthouses across Jamaica. We demand immediate police security deployment to the Santa Cruz courthouse. We demand clear timelines and urgent allocations for the construction of the St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland parish courts so the people can access justice. Madam Speaker, I turn very quickly to an issue that I dub the legal aid injustice.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is what you call the ether. If you know anything about rap, this was an ether moment. I never knew about that article, you know. Yes, the article that I just showed, I never knew about it. Thank God for Nikisha Birchall to point this out in her speech. That one went past my decks. As a matter of fact, I think somebody blocked it from me seeing it because I didn't look at it. But everything she said, man, I agree with her. And I hope that the government responds. Does it take embarrassing them in front of the world for them to respond? Maybe. But before I go, ladies and gentlemen, I want to share this with you. This is Mr. Omar Newell. Not before I go, in this reaction that I'm doing right now.
Ryan Campbell, salute. Merville, salute. Salute. Hey, y'all, please remember, share and like the video. Thank you kindly.
Had something to say.
This is a marathon, not a sprint.
And this is the response of Omar Newell. I want you to listen carefully.
To follow parliamentary affairs in this country. if you follow Parliament or the affairs in this country, you would know, you would have heard that the local government minister just announced that the Highgate market is going to be built this year. But if you're a watcher, you would also know that this was announced in 2022 and again in 2024. I'm just sharing that fact with you, but we're going to hold the minister accountable and we're going to fight for the Highgate market to be complete this year, as has just been announced.
So ladies and gentlemen, Omar Newell in the middle of Desmond Mackenzie's speech put out this video. I just saw it today and I'm gonna I've added it to this particular reaction. Those that are live listening, hey, you the VIPs, but in 2022 they announced the build out, the PM announces plans to build 2-story market building in Highgate St. Mary in 2024, and 2 years before that, renovation of the Highgate market to be done on a phased basis. So what was the first phase? They're not start building it on a 2026 now, 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, 2026. 4 years. Let's see if they're going to start it this year, ladies and gentlemen. Or they're going to tell the people that, oh, you know, things came up, another hurricane came, and you know, we don't have the money, although we allocated it in this and we allocated it in that. We just don't have the money. All these excuses. But big up Mr. Omar Newell, and a massive shout out to JAMAICA, just ladies and gentlemen. Alright, the PMP ain't playing. The P's in the PMP got nothing to do with playing.
I would that Selvan, big up yourself, you know, bro. Big up yourself.
They are power knocking punches at the Jamaica Labour Party. Alright? Power knocking punches, ladies and gentlemen. Alright? Man, shout out to JAMAICA J, shout out to Omar Newell. You know what y'all think about that comment section. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I want to highlight Dwayne Vaz. Dwayne Vaz has gotten a lot of criticism and a lot of flack. And, you know, it's nothing wrong with getting a lot of criticism. It's how you respond. And if you guys pay attention to his social media, you realize recently in Parliament that Pernell Charles Jr. threw a stone at him. If you understand, saying, oh, instead of going on social media and highlighting these things, come to us, let's talk. Ladies and gentlemen, the devil is another liar. Because Andrew Wallace's approach when he was in opposition is to go directly to the media and burn out the People's National Party. You understand? For any little minor thing. And of course, Dwayne Vaz has been highlighting some major issues. Let's read.
Last few days. And this is because of the Spark program has been all over the news in the last few days. And this is because of the deteriorating conditions across the roads in Jamaica. People have been asking what has been happening with the Spark program. From our perspective, the Spark program has not been delivering the results that we have expected. Roads were chosen in each constituency, but the amount of roads that have started since this announcement has been very minimal. In my own constituency, 10 roads were chosen through a consultation. Only 3 have started, but none is yet to be completed. Work orders have been issued for others, but yet the designs have not yet been done. The issue was complicated when the CEO highlighted to Jamaica that the roads were chosen before the estimates were actually calculated. What this means is that many constituencies would have submitted roads where the value of these estimates far outweigh the amount of money that has been allocated to the constituency. So for example, you would have heard Dr. Dayton Campbell complaining the other day because his total estimate is over $1 billion when the amount allocated to the constituency is only 300 million, which gives a shortfall of over 700 million. This is the same case in the amount of money that has been allocated to the constituency. So for example, you would have heard Dr. Dayton Campbell complaining the other day because his total estimate is over $1 billion when the amount allocated to the constituency is only 300 million, which gives a shortfall of over 700 million. This is the same case in many other constituencies across Jamaica. And it begs to highlight the deficiencies in the entire program, because there is no way you can submit the roads that you're going to do before you set out an estimate, because the estimates have now outweighed what is actually allocated, which means that not all the roads that were selected in some constituencies will actually be able to be done in this phase of SPAC. So the minister must take responsibility for what has happened, and they must correct it as they go forward. We have heard talks about phase 2 for SPAC. We're still not clear on what is happening, because what we understood from the beginning is that community roads will be done first and then main roads will be done after. The SPAC allocation was set to be completed by a certain time. We are seeing in the budget where it should go up all the way until 2030. So there are lots of discrepancies in the program. There are a lot of differences in what the minister has said, differences in what the NWA has said. So what we are really calling for is some real clarity and some real solutions to the problems, because the people of Jamaica were very enthusiastic about the SPARK program. They have now been disappointed because people are realizing that the spark is really not sparking. Thank you for tuning in to Power Talk Mondays. See you again, same place, same time next week. One love. Today, when all persons in shelters across Jamaica. Today is Friday. Today is Friday, May 8th, the day when all persons in shelters across Jamaica should be moving to suitable location based on what the minister said. Well, we are here today, and the minister made some pronouncements yesterday that the deadline has been met and everyone has left the shelters. But what the minister is not telling you is that the promise that was made is for persons in the shelters at Petersfield to be relocated to suitable location at the site that we are standing right now. This is where the 50 houses are supposed to be put, where the government has said the houses are here in Jamaica. But as you can see, the only thing that has been done so far is about 6 bases have been built. No sewage put in, no water put in, so therefore the site is definitely not ready. This was a promise made by the minister to the residents that were staying at the Petersfield shelter. So they are disappointed again. So the pronouncements made are simply not true. Missed deadlines after missed deadlines is what we are seeing here at Petersfield as we speak right now. Even yesterday, when the persons were being removed from the shelter, the place where they are being put was not ready. This was at the teacher's flat beside of the school. The place was not cleaned up. No electricity was there. No water was there. The persons had to move by themselves, had to lift up the mattress and carry on them head over to the place. They had to clean it up themselves. It's actually when they were finished cleaning, that is when the fire truck came to assist, when they already got a power wash to clean up the place. So it showed that this was just a last minute decision. It was a hurried move to get the people out there because they wanted to say they met the deadline. But the real promise was really to move them to suitable accommodation, and that accommodation was referenced to right where we are standing at this property in the Shrewsbury area. So this again shows up the minister, and the minister must take full responsibility. It shows the level of incompetence from the minister. And I'm calling out the Prime Minister to step in right now and assist to ensure smooth transition for these people at the shelter so they can have dignity and pride in where they're staying. It was just this morning when we spoke to them where somebody had did some work and got them the light last night, got them some water, but there are still some issues where the electrician still needs to come back today to try to remedy the issues. The toilet bowls in some of the places is not working. So it is obvious again that the place was just not ready. It was a hurried move just to satisfy what they had said earlier. So we're calling out the Prime Minister please assist the residents at the shelter in Shrewsbury and get them to where was promised to them. Another issue highlighted by the residents when they went there to clean up: rat infestation. And all over the property, rats left, right, and center. And if we're being serious, right now we are talking about the hantavirus. And people across the world are scared. Jamaicans are saying they're scared. The ministry is saying we should be prepared, and they are prepared. But imagine having this virus threatening Jamaica right now and threatening the world, and we're sending persons to a place that was not properly cleaned up before the persons went over there. Is this how you care for the persons of Petersfield? Today is...
Welcome to this edition of Power Talk Mondays. Today we'll be continuing the conversation about the Petersfield shelter and the relocation of the persons who were staying there. We did an interview last week. We also did a release stating clearly that the government was obviously not prepared for moving these people on May 8th. The minister came out and stated that the May 8th deadline was met. We rebutted that by stating clearly that the deadline was not only about moving them from the shelter, but about moving them to suitable accommodation. That suitable accommodation was the site where the houses were supposed to be built, 50 of them, 20 in the first phase. But when we went to the site, nothing basically was done. Only 6 bases were built. There is no sewage, no light, no water. Nothing has been put in place. So obviously this site will not be ready anytime soon. When we talked about how they moved the people from the shelter, sending them next door to the teachers' flats, and when they went there, the condition the place was in, rat infested, filthy, the people had to clean it themselves. And we spoke about this, and it seemed that the minister is upset. So he came now with a release. And his release, I was really surprised and disappointed when I saw the release, because he made some absurd statements by asking me some questions that obviously the minister doesn't realize he's the one who should be telling me about these things. He asked me about the Westmoreland Municipal Corporation and why they have not paid.
That is funny, honey. That's funny. Oh my God, that is funny.
Ladies and gentlemen, these people are so diabolical. They have the job. They boast about being the one in power. They have the job. But when it's time to do their job and they fail at their job, they want to blame the People's National Party. And they should what? Come up with answers when you are the one that have all the resources and all the answers. These people are seriously diabolical, man. Let's continue.
The contractor and stuff like that. Minister, the Westmoreland Municipal Corporation falls under the Ministry of Local Government and Community. Obviously, the minister doesn't realize he's the one who should be telling me about these things. He asked me about the Westmoreland Municipal Corporation and why they have not paid the contractor and stuff like that. Minister, the Westmoreland Municipal Corporation falls under the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development that you are the minister for. So why are you asking me these things? You went again to talk about the roof program and to state that I have 2 avid supporters who got $500,000 each. I didn't know you were going around and canvassing the shelter to see who is PNP or JLP.
Right there, sir. So, him expose himself, you know. Dwayne Vaz did a great job exposing the Spark program. Also exposing the fact that Desmond McKenzie exposed himself. Why are you guys canvassing who is PNP and JLP to say 2 of your supporters got relief? You should be telling us how much people get relief in total. Not that they're PNP. To show you all this nastiness, you know. It's playing politics here, you know, them germs here, you know, what we have as elected officials, you know. I don't know what them being elected officials. These thieving officials, because we don't know say, that the election there was stolen. Right? But they are recognized as elected officials. is coming to tell us that, tell the man that, oh, 2 of your avid supporters got help. Did they need help? Were they damaged by Hurricane Lisa? So what if they are supporters of the People's National Party? Why was it important for you to highlight that? In some type of defense of being criticized for not doing your job. These people are the weapon that is formed against democracy. I'm telling you. This is the same man that said, we will not surrender Jamaica to the People's National Party. Don't forget already. This is the man that came. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to find the clip. And I did not hear it when I was listening to him, because I really wasn't listening to him. All I was hearing was when he went to talk in a parliament the other day upon him speech. That's all when I hear. One language I can't understand. See? But somebody highlighted something and I went play it. Let's continue.
Because we have not been doing that. So I don't know who get funding from who don't get funding. Remember that this was not done by me. This was done by the Ministry of Labour and Social Security. They went out and did the assessments and they are the ones who made the recommendations. This has nothing to do with the Member of Parliament. So why are you trying now to make this issue a political issue? By stating that I have avid supporters. And by stating that the PNP leads the parish council. We know that the PNP leads the parish council. But what does that have to do with what I'm speaking about here? I'm really disappointed in your response. And your response cements the point I made earlier about the level of incompetence you're showing in this situation. You need to get up and do the work or shut up, because at the end of the day, it's the people who are suffering. And we will continue to speak on behalf of the people until they get what they deserve and what was promised to them. What you promised, what your government promised, was suitable accommodation for the people who were still at the shelter. And that is what we want to see. So we're looking forward to seeing what was promised. We're looking forward to the delivery on that promise in a timely manner. Thank you for tuning in to Power Talk Mondays. See you again. Same place, same time next week.
Good morning, everyone, and good morning to all listeners. Let me begin by making it absolutely clear that the People's National Party is in no way or form trying to undermine the Spark program. What you're about is accountability and delivery. The people of Jamaica deserve to see real, measurable outcomes and not shifting narratives. And what we have been seeing since the Spark program was announced, continuous shifting narratives and delayed outcomes. So we really need real answers as to what is really happening. And the problem really started from the beginning. And as was stated by the CEO, E.G. Hunter, the roads were selected before the estimates were actually done. So when you put this into context, what really happened is that you have an allocation for Spark. You decided that each constituency should get a particular allocation, which was $300 million at the time. You also stated that constituencies should choose 10 roads. So when the roads were selected, what should have been done, the estimates should have been done at that point in time. So some priority could have been put in place. So persons could know exactly what was happening and how many roads could actually realistically be done. And what could have happened from then is that persons would have chosen roads that could have fit into the particular budget. But what we're seeing now, we're seeing constituencies, for example, in Eastern Westmoreland, where Dr. Dayton Campbell spoke of earlier, was that his roads, the total cost was actually over $1 billion. But the allocation was 300, which means he has a shortfall of 700, which now makes it difficult because now they have to prioritize as in how many roads of the 10 can actually be done. So what we're seeing in some constituencies now is that 10 roads is a impossible situation. Some may get 6, some may get 3, some may get 2. We don't know what the situation is at the particular moment. And the minister continues to change the narrative as he goes along. Because even at the Standing Finance Committee, he continued to say that it will be 10 roads. But in his last statement, he declared that it's going to be 6. So what is it? Is it 10? Is it 6? Is it 3? We don't know what is happening. And even my own constituency, where work has started on 3 particular roads. But when we spoke to the contractors, because work orders were issued for others, they advised me that those work orders, even though issued, no designs were there for them. So I'm trying to figure out how can you cost a road without having the design? Because the design should be done first before you can know exactly what will need to be done on that particular road for you to have a costing for it. So the entire thing has been messy, it has been in shambles, and the government just needs to come forward and explain to Jamaica exactly what the truth is and how we move forward from this.
Embarrassing.
There have been other complaints from other members of parliament, especially about the worker compensation situation. And the minister seemed to have just thrown it or brushed it under the carpet. He's asking for proof. But what I'm asking the minister is that what kind of proof are you asking for? There is no formal system that these persons are being paid through. So they don't get pay slips. They don't get direct deposits to their account. Most of these persons are paid in cash. So I'm not sure what kind of proof the minister is asking for, but he cannot just throw it under the carpet because these are legitimate claims. And remember.
So Abka fits only one proof, ladies and gentlemen, when he knows that the people them get paid by cash. So when they make a complaint that they are not getting paid, it is the concern of the people them, right? You can't, what proof? There's no formal piece of paper like a stipend to say, see, it proves that I paid them. So you can't prove say you did pay them, and them can't prove say them get paid. So how we are going to move forward? You're not going to, the people are saying they're not getting paid. So if they don't get paid, the work won't do. And then who suffers? You see what they do, Jamaica? Let's continue. You see, they lie by omission, you know? And them use craft. The government is a craft government. You understand? Let's continue.
These are our people who are out there working under this program, and our people are the ones who are suffering. So the government must stand behind our people and ensure that it is fair with whatever compensation that they are getting. In closing, I want to say the government continues to speak about politics anytime they're asked to be accountable. And I've noticed this trend from this minister. I've also noticed this recently from the Minister of Local Government, where whatever you ask for, they try to twist it to be politics. Well, we're not about politics when we're speaking of the people, because at the end of the day, we want to ensure that transparency is there, that we have proper accountability for the resources that are being spent, and we want the people of Jamaica to be the beneficiaries of whatever is done. Good morning. Welcome everyone to Power Talk Mondays. And today we'll be looking into that incident that happened in Granville, Montego Bay yesterday, where a woman was fatally shot by a police officer. The video has been circulating, persons have been commenting, and the general consensus is that this woman was murdered in cold blood. We don't know the conversation that was happening between the policeman and the woman, but based on the video evidence, I can't see what would have led him to fire to kill in that particular instance. And it's really heart-wrenching because people are supposed to feel safe when the police comes around. And incidents like this causes the trust level between citizens and police to continue going down. It is already low. And for this to happen, it will continue going down. And there's a major issue we're having in Jamaica when, yes, murders are going down, but police killings are continuously going up. And it really begs to wonder why this is really happening. And it is clear that not everyone who is being killed are persons of interest, are persons who are involved in criminal activities. Innocent people are being involved in what is happening. And it brings back the conversation where people are talking about body-worn cameras, because if there is nothing to hide when you're going into a combat situation, for example, or whatever situation, why would you not want to wear the camera? And the security minister have stated quite a few times that he does not think it is necessary, they should not wear it. But evidence continues to appear to show why they should wear it in order to increase the level of fairness whenever we have issues like this. And the people of Granville must be upset, must be disappointed in the actions of the police officer. And persons in Granville and in Jamaica deserve justice. We deserve the truth. So we really want this situation to be thoroughly ventilated, where the process can take its course. They have already started the process, but we really want it to be done swiftly so justice can be served. And as I said, by looking at the video, it does not look good. I can't make a conclusion as to exactly what happened, but what we are seeing on the video, it really does not look good. It looks like a serious case of unprofessionalism, first of all, by the police officer, because I can't see what was there for him to shoot, to kill, as was done in this particular instance. So persons in the police force, you have to understand that your duty is to serve and protect. And situations like this does not indicate that people can be comfortable with that motto that you are serving and protecting. So people, what do you think? What do you think should happen? What do you think actually happened? Because as I said, in my opinion, it really does not look good on the part of this police officer, on the part of the Jamaica Constabulary Force. Thank you for tuning in to our program today, and see you again same time next week. One love, one heart.
And I said Nesta Morgan. I said Apcafix Enemy, but it's Nesta Morgan, ladies and gentlemen. So Nesta Morgan with the Spark program. Desmond McKenzie with the shelters. All of them need to be held accountable. And we are calling for the resignation of these people, you know. We're calling for the resignation of Andrew Wallace. All of them. This level of incompetence has to stop. You understand? Ministry of Labour. Mr. Masias.
It is an absolute pleasure to be here standing in. It is time for the word on the streets. And today's program will take a different twist from our normal word on the street programs, because the word on the street today, the actual word on the street, is about the Solidarity program. The same program where persons were signing up to get that $20,000 one-off grant. But what have we been hearing in the news now? People are asking every day, how comes they have not received this $20,000? We have not been able to give them the answers until now. Now we are realizing what has really happened. The government was supposed to spend $1 billion, but yet $770 million has gone back in the coffers of government for debt reduction, going back to the consolidated fund. So this means many people out there who were anticipating getting this one-off payment will not get it, because the government has taken back this money, using lame excuses that they did not get the desired registration. 18,000 people, they said, registered. Only 11,000 would have gotten. But yet the program was designed to register 50,000 people. So how comes you're saying now only 18,000 applicants came in? That is because you gave us limits. MPs were given limits. When we started to register persons, we were told we can't register more than a certain amount of people. So that is why you would not get your full allocation. But that is obviously the strategy that the government was using, to register less people so that less money would have been dispersed. People, you need to really look at what is happening with this government. Every single program we're looking into has certain questions that they must answer. And this Solidarity program, as we speak right now, they must come out and explain to the people of Jamaica, why was it done like this? Why so many people would have registered to get the $20,000 and they did not get it? Why so many people would have wanted to get it but were not afforded the opportunity to register because we had limits? 50,000 people I said it was designed for. Only 18,000 were registered. Only 11,000 reached. $1 billion was allocated. Only 200+ million was dispersed. If this is not strange in our society, then I don't know what is strange. So this is the word on the street today, and thank you for tuning in. And remember, going forward, send us your pictures and videos of any infrastructural needs that you know deserves your attention. It is your word from your street. Welcome everyone to this edition of Power Talk Mondays. And today we'll be joining the conversation about those donations that the government received that they have not spent. And it's really disturbing because when I think about how many persons are here suffering months after Hurricane Melissa, a lot of them don't have any place to sleep, no decent shelter. But yet we are hearing that the majority of the nations that came into this country have still not been spent. What kind of government do we really have? What kind of uncaring and selfish government are we seeing right now in Jamaica? It is unacceptable for persons to move around quickly, gather their stuff, get the donations here in Jamaica, but still the government has held on to the majority of it. This cannot be anybody with a clear conscience and a clean heart, because people out there really need the assistance. What will happen again to persons who want to assist and know what is happening in Jamaica? This will definitely deter people from wanting to contribute if they think their contribution will not reach to the people that it is supposed to reach. So we're calling on the government again. The resources that you collected for the people of Jamaica, please let them have it. It must be able to reach them quickly and transparently. If the intention was to do this, I am sure it would have happened already. Jamaica, it is for you to decide what you think is happening with this money. Thank you for tuning in.
Boy, I'm glad to me I do the reaction because this brother and I get enough credit in the parliament. Good night. Vian, how you doing? This youth and I get enough credit for this thing and then Power Talk Mondays. Because all the people don't really follow the social media, right? For the MP them. And the point they make a while ago is a sound point and a logical one. Let's continue.
Dwayne Vaz here, your member of Parliament for Central Westmoreland. I just listened keenly in Parliament to the Minister's presentation, that is Desmond McKenzie, the Minister of Local Government and Community Development, because I was waiting to hear a date where the persons who are staying in the shelter would be moved to the location that was stipulated for them to move in the Shrewsbury area. Remember I did a video there on the 8th of May, the deadline day when persons were supposed to leave. And I was criticized by the minister for being mischievous. But yet today, in Parliament, he could not give a timeline. He said as soon as the bases are finished. And we have just moved on from 6 bases, I reported, to 10 bases now.
Jamaica, this is the Flintstone government. Way back in idea, they cannot put a time on projects that they're supposed to do. Especially when people are in need of help, right a blouse and skirt wet. You're going to tell the man about as soon as the bases are finished. You don't have no projection based off of how fast people are work and the allocations that you have put in place to let us know, yeah man, see it there, I hate this. What kind of nonsense is that?
Even though the first phase should have been being mischievous. But yet today, in Parliament, he could not give a timeline. He said as soon as the bases are finished. And we have just moved on from 6 bases, I reported, to 10 bases now. Even though the first phase should have been 20 and the total is 50. So we're still not hearing when the persons will be able to live in these houses that were promised. And this is still unacceptable because the hurricane has passed over 7 months now and the persons in the shelters are still have nowhere to go. The new hurricane season has started. People are wondering what is happening. And also remember that it's not only about those in the shelter, it's about the total amount of persons that they are planning to move to this site. So as we stand today, 10 bases are there, no sewage still put in, no water put in, no light put in. When is the date where the persons will be able to live in the houses that were promised? You have set the whole, not only about those in the shelter, it's about the total amount of persons that they are planning to move to this site. So as we stand today, 10 bases are there, no sewage still put in, no water put in, no light put in. When is the date where the persons will be able to live in the houses that were promised? You have said the houses are here. What is taking so long? why the infrastructure is not yet put in place. The minister needs to answer these questions immediately and let people know what is happening.
All persons who came on
Jamaica, this is what they don't want Dwayne Vaz to do. So guess what? Because Dwayne Vaz is doing that and it bothers them, I am going to start highlighting more of his videos. Because Desmond McKenzie cannot come and tell us a date. So for what? It was like 3 weeks ago, only 4 more bases too. We don't have the money, we don't have everything. What is taking so long? Oh, is it the intention of the government to continue suffering the people within these constituencies because they didn't vote for them? So they give up on life? Is the aim subtle genocide or for the people to actually just move from out of the area so they can have the lands them? What is it? I am going to ask that question. I'm going to continue to ask that question. Something is fundamentally wrong. We are in June. This is the hurricane season. As soon as the bases are finished, that's the best you can do. But come out talking about this government and puffing your chest. This government, this government. This government is garbage.
as sponsors, persons who came because they are benefiting from the free Wi-Fi. Good afternoon to you all. It is wonderful to be here today because the importance of this event, as the word states, is to connect everybody. And I think it was after Hurricane Melissa in this constituency and parish where people realized that they were taking connectivity for granted. Because when you're used to having something around you at home or on the street, you don't understand the importance of it. But when we lost connectivity the other day, and persons had to be scampering and wondering how to get some connection, we were running and finding places where we had some Starlink where we can get some connection to people around to just let them know what is happening. It showed how important it is to be connected. And what the Universal Service Fund is doing for communities across the parish is to give us free Wi-Fi where we can go in our communities and connect without having to pay any form of money. So when you used to have to pay for your phone bill and you don't have the credit on your phone, the free Wi-Fi is there to keep you connected, whether you're in school, whether you're at work, whether you're doing business in the community, you will have that level of connection to keep you going. So you have to understand how important it is. And I know the students enjoy it. I know the business people enjoy it. I know the workers enjoy it. And we just have to ensure we support the Universal Service Fund as they continue to build out in more communities and in more towns. Because we know Westmoreland will be getting a lot more than we have gotten so far. And I'm banking on the CEO, who is my brethren, Charlton, to ensure that every nook and cranny across the parish of Westmoreland becomes connected, because we understand the importance of keeping the connection with the residents across the constituency. So thank you again for having me, and we look forward to whatever we have to offer today, because we know that this is very important, and we know that we'll continue to build from strength to strength as we get back Westmoreland to where we know it should be. I thank you very much.
Failure. Man, I do an excellent job, man. Big up Mr. Dwayne Vaz, you know? So, yes, my side. So I found the Desmond McKenzie clip. The audacity of this man. 1 second. The audacity of this man. Alright, so let me share it to cap off this particular reaction with the 37 minutes already. Check this out, ladies and gentlemen, from Desmond McKenzie. The audacity.
Remember last week speaking about increasing the fines and doing all that is necessary. Yes, that is good. But the country needs to have a social call on the state of how we are disposing of garbage. And I'm using this presentation today to and a better country. Because if you on that side, eventually by 2040 become the government. 2040. Youth, and let me say this, I already remember last week, presentation today, to ask us to put aside our political differences and let us unite and campaign in making Jamaica a cleaner and a better country. Because if you on that side, eventually by 2040 become the government. 2040. You will still have the garbage problems. We need to unite on this one. And I call on members, not just in the political arena, but right across Jamaica, for this consciousness of mind, for us to deal.
So you heard that garbage, ladies and gentlemen. You heard that garbage. That eventually the People's National Party, when they come into power 2040, they will still have a garbage problem. The only garbage problem we have is what is coming out of his mouth. Outside of the more obvious garbage problem. 2040. So on the things say God I got alone for use on the systems on have in place for continue for thief election. And I mean say that's what does say the Lord. You understand? So the secrets of heart has been exposed as to how you guys continue to stay into power. But that chain shall be broken. The shackles that you don't have Jamaica under. Because you, Desmond Mackenzie, are the one who said, you will not surrender Jamaica to the People's National Party. Talking about 2040. Can you imagine? So him in a himself thinks say them have everything so locked, so confident that let me see, 2030, 2 more terms? Last in mind, the devil is a liar. Anyway, we just still want to share that on upon that reaction. Let me know what you think in the comment section. If you made it to the end of this reaction, you are the boss. Big up yourself here. Wally Palo. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the platform. It's your brother BOLO TBV, and I want to carry this story and to make a point regarding the story, right? I want you to listen to this very carefully, ladies and gentlemen. Listen to this.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us.
And a special welcome to viewers on OneSportMedia.com as well as TVJ International in the Cayman Islands.
We begin up first this evening. We begin with the news that an accounting and customer service officer employed to the Caribbean Maritime University, CMU, has been arrested and charged following an investigation into alleged financial irregularities involving students' funds.
Kevin Anthony Panton was charged yesterday following an investigation by the Financial Investigation Division, FID, and the Special Investigation Branch of the JCF.
Prince Moore reports.
In a statement today, the FID said it commenced an investigation into a case of fraud at the CMU involving nearly $2 million after the leadership team of the institution alerted them to an alleged fraud at the university. The probe resulted in the apprehension of Mr. Panton. He has been charged with 14 counts of fraud, including embezzlement, engaging in a transaction involving criminal property, possession of criminal property, facilitating a transaction involving criminal property, falsification of accounts, and
many Auditor General reports, right, that has told us about trillions of dollars that's been unaccounted for, right? And you see, I am highlighting this for those persons that say that because the government uses this narrative, you know, that, oh, you know, it's not really, it's not that the money was stolen. Ladies and gentlemen, do you guys hear what is happening with this particular case? Money was unaccounted for and no money is returning. Now, let's just say that some of these monies that are unaccounted for walked out of the ministries, the particular ministries of government, and those monies were used to benefit persons within the time period it was unaccounted for. And then the money is returned. It's not that the money never used in Jamaica. the money was used between the time because there's no real-time audit. So the money is used between the time. Nobody knows that the money is... I'm giving you a scenario, you know. I'm showing you how dangerous it is to have trillions of dollars unaccounted for. And then people try to brush it off as if, but the money never stolen. Same thing with the $1.44 billion with the 1.8% of it being used, and they want to tell us that, you know, well, it's not that the money is there. It's not stolen. Right? There was a situation with one of the banks in one of the reports where the 150 million US that was given to JPS is concerned. That bank, allegedly, I think I snapped, was in some type of financial woes. And because the money sat there, the bank could use the money because they would know, and this is a hypothetical again, the bank could use the money because they know the money allocation would not be going on at the same time when the money was lodged. So that money sitting in the bank, that 150 million US dollars, 24 billion Jamaican dollars. That money sitting in the bank helps the bank to give them leverage to get themselves back on their feet. So the question, and that's a hypothetical. So there was a question being asked, what is the relationship between the government and the bank? Or what is the relationship between Darrell Voss and the bank? And then you're going to have people say, oh, this is conspiracy theory. Why are you guys so... Conspiracy theory is just a way to say you don't want to think of the possibilities of how money can be stolen from us. We're not saying the money was stolen, no, we're saying there's a possibility that you could lodge money in a bank, a large amount through the government. The money sits there, knowing that the money will not be moved at the same time, because you're not going to spend 150 million US dollars, just that's a lot of money. So the longer the money sits there, it gives the bank leverage. Persons who work in the bank know exactly what I'm talking about. That's why they encourage people to save their money, and that's why the banks don't like when people withdraw their money too. But they don't want to tell you that, but they really don't like when you withdraw your money, because they want your money to stay so they can use your money to facilitate other things, right? And so they can make money from your money. Period. So if a bank is in trouble and the government can give them an olive branch and say, yo, that's the bank we're going to use. See, you follow me, you know? And this is a hypothetical situation. I was listening to Mark Golding. In terms of the funds, in terms of the donation in the particular overseas for Hurricane Melissa, if I'm not mistaken, allegedly, isn't Audrey Marks the one that runs the entity that the monies went to for donation? For those ticket sales of that event that they kept overseas? Isn't Audrey Marks the one? Isn't it her company? And Mark Golding was questioning, yo, like, what's going on? Right? And to use the company, she's going to benefit in it. Why did they use Audrey Marks if she's the one that actually owns the company? That's what you would call a sweetheart deal. The more money comes through the company, the more money she makes. Why they couldn't use an independent entity? This government is comfortable with nepotism, right? If it is indeed through her company, and I'm just showing you, Andrew Honest put his wife as a Speaker of the House. They are comfortable with corruption, ladies and gentlemen. And you, the people of Jamaica, if you are not uncomfortable with trillions of dollars being unaccounted for, Auditor General Pamela Monroe handles audits regarding unaccounted for or mismanaged funds. In Jamaica, widespread concerns were raised by governance watchdog JAMP regarding 3 trillion of public funds that was unaccounted for across 16 government entities. So when you hear that money is unaccounted for, I am doing this video to tell you, you should have your alarms. You know, when a dog, a watchdog in your house, on your yard, that protect your yard, and you see ears go up like this, once a year unaccounted for, you should be deeply concerned. what you should also be concerned about is that this particular government, the anti-honest-led government, is so comfortable, ladies and gentlemen, with money being unaccounted for. It is like a DNA in their runnings of the government. It's nothing. Tell me, what have they done to fix the problem of monies being unaccounted for? When they talked about 3 trillion, that was like a couple years ago. You know? We don't know how much more now is unaccounted for across the same 16 government entities and ministries. Ministry of Health, Education, Labor. I am of the view that this is how they steal and rob money or use those money to benefit themselves and their families. That's my view. I don't have any evidence of that. This is how they fill their pockets. In my view, I don't have any evidence of that. But God is not sleeping, you know. God is not sleeping. And I'm doing this video to say to the people of Jamaica, wake up. Wake up. When you, I'm going to play the video again. When you hear unaccounted for, do not take it lightly. It's not a tagline, but they never steal the money. That don't mean them steal the money. It's just unaccounted for. They just don't have a receipt. Then if you send your pitney go shop and they give your pitney $5,000 and you tell your pitney, say, listen, I want you buy 2 bun and I want you buy a bottle of water, 1 bread and 1 pound of rice, and I want you buy 2 mackerel, zine, and 1 hot sauce, and then come back with no money. And them say to you, but mommy, you know, see a $5,000 it costs? That's what you mean by it's called the money is unaccounted for. Underspending the money, not giving a receipt, and then wanting us to believe that just trust us when we tell you that the money was used for what we said it was used for without a proper receipt. What the hell can go so?
What can go so?
Let's get back to this particular fraud situation at the CMU. Listen to this.
After the leadership team of the institution alerted them to an alleged fraud at the university. The probe resulted in the apprehension of Mr. Panton. He owns and conspiracy to defraud. He was granted station bail in the sum of $700,000 and is scheduled to appear before the St. Andrew Criminal Court on July 6. The CMU said it detected irregularities in November 2024 during a period of system downtime at the university. During reconciliation of cashier closeout reports against bank deposits, it was identified that $970,000 had not been lodged. Further investigations indicated that the funds were later returned or lodged by Mr. Panton. However, the
So Jamaica, and this is a possibility, the man used the $970,000, right? And do what he want to do with it. Probably, whatever him do, in the space of time that he was not lodged, and then return back the money. But whatever he did could potentially earn him double that money, triple that money. You understand? And that is a scenario, ladies and gentlemen, of how skullduggery can be done. Dishonest, unethical business practices. And this government is the unaccounted for government. Dangerous. Dangerous.
Sequence of events remained inconsistent with expected cash handling practices. The university said additional concerns arose during the January 2026 examination period when students presented manual receipts for payments that were not reflected in the university's records. This triggered a formal investigation into manual receipting, banking, and receivables posting.
So what happened here, you know? He made a mistake. And the mistake was caught. But whatever he did before, the damage was done. And this is where Auditor General comes in when the Auditor General audits stuff. They made a mistake. That's all, you know? They made a mistake. And now she's like, oh, wait a minute. So what's going on here? But there are so many mistakes in where the government is concerned. It's really not a mistake. It's them not really caring. And then nothing really happens, right? In the Ministry of Health, that individual just walked away in the sunset and was never charged. No criminal charges. So we have these people working in such a way, ladies and gentlemen, that they are so skillful and so good at what they're doing that they see the loopholes, use the loopholes, benefit from it, and then walk away scotch-free. And this is why the Integrity Commission is getting so much fight from the anti-honest-led administration. Because they are the anti-corruption agency that if they hold the government officials accountable, that particular accountability is going to trickle down to all the other minions that is connected to them or work for them. So that's why they fight them. But God on time.
Processes. The investigation revealed that the sequence of manual receipt books had been broken and that several receipt books remained unaccounted for. A total of $1.7 million could not be accounted for from the manual receipts reviewed. Of that amount, $552,000 has since been returned, leaving a current deficit of $1,149,500.
And Jamaica, all you have to do is go and listen to. Remember what Rosie said about the monies that they allocate in the area, in the constituency for roads. How much money she said that the MP take from the contractor. Should the money allocated. I'm just saying, and you wonder why our roads are not fixed properly. Right? Skimming off the top. Grabbing. And that's what Rosie said. I don't mean to say so. But I'm just showing you an example. Right? Just showing you an example, ladies and gentlemen. And that reminds me, these people have the audacity. Donovan Williams is still in Parliament. And then young Jamaica coming talking about they are demanding the answers from Mark going about his statutory declaration. The devil is a liar. You know what? Let me end this reaction here. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know what you guys think. Alright, me can't say me never want no. Can't say me never want no. Where you say it a rain cats and dog? Okay.
Yeah, lightning no good.
Lightning?
Yep, thunder.
Wow. So were you listening to earlier when Head Boy was on?
Yes, I was.
So in terms of and then the soldier person that I was that I played on Mr. Wayne Lonesome. He said that
Portland.
No, he said something about people hearing sounds in Portland that sounded different from a ship.
Me never hear the sound. Me did drop sleep early. And we wake up to the block. Me realize that the fan now spin, so me jump up.
Oh, and the heat wake you up?
Yeah.
My God. That when I call you about sin. More find out if anybody did hear that sound there.
I hear it because me ask me gentleman if he hear it. And he say no, and he hear it.
So what is your thoughts on what took place?
Why you pay generalship are going there, you know? Generalship in this thing. I just feel said this thing this blackout here, so something going for the black something not right. Something not right. This look like a generalship as me say. With the ship as the shipper left the blackout going. Or same day when the shipper left the blackout going. Something not right.
And then when you look for the facts that Daryl Vaz are the one who go meet the ship. You have to say, boy.
Huh?
When you look for the facts that Daryl Vaz go meet the people on the ship and not.
Yes, man. That general man. That mongoose then. That mongoose not easy. Mongoose they're not easy at all.
Dangerous guy that in a man.
Yes, man. Bob me there I saw something to tell God, so you see, and I'm nothing pretty. Sometimes I want to sleep at night time.
Alright, Mama Celine.
Bad.
Alright, Mama Celine. Appreciate you.
Yeah, man. Take it easy.
Alright, baby.
Yeah.
Big up Mama Celine, these Portland people, them that. I'm going to try to call Kimoon. I don't know if Kimoon available. I'm going to try to call Kimoon I'll find out if she did hear no sound. You see me? Try call Kim on that. Hopefully she available. This is a teachable moment that I'm going to go through right now. Honestly, you cannot make this up. I want to show y'all something, right? So let me get this video on this phone first. No, I don't need to do that. I can get it on here. All right, so I was watching the Troy Bridge opening today, right? I was watching the Troy Bridge opening today. And I'm happy that the Troy Bridge is open. But I want to ask some questions to the people of Jamaica. How long did it take for them to fix the Troy Bridge? That's what I want to ask first. I'm going to Google it too, you know. I'm going to Google it. I'm going to Google it. How long did it take the government to fix the Troy Bridge? How long did it take the Jamaican government to fix the Troy Bridge? The Jamaican government took roughly 4 years and 10 months to replace the collapsed Troy Bridge. See that? You guys can Google it yourself. It took the government 4 years and 10 months to replace the Troy Bridge. So the people of that area were suffering for 4 years and 10 months. Their children almost lost their lives because that bridge is connected to so many communities. People almost lost their lives. Now there's a bridge that a man lost his life the other day. That bridge needs fixing. Desperately. That's another bridge connected to some communities. Right? What are they? Let me see if I can find some clips. I need to hear some comments from Everall Warmington regarding the Troy Bridge. This was in 2022. Let me see this. There's some legislators in this country who disregard the people's plight and act in a manner suggesting that the populace must endure inconvenience or worse, great suffering until they decide to do what is really their job to resolve their problems affecting constituents. Those legislators who insist on treating citizens as subjects are sometimes sent crashing back to earth after ballots are cast and counted. The vote is the people's voice, and we hope they continue to use it wisely. 2 weeks ago, in this space, we discussed this disgraceful condition that the residents of Cowick Park, Manchester, who depend on Troy Bridge, are facing at the time. We highlighted the cry of Miss Dulcie Broomfield for help. We cannot live in this condition. It is like nobody cares about us, Miss Broomfield, who lives in Cowick Park, said, and is one of the many residents of that and other communities who depend on Troy Bridge, which collapsed a year ago and is yet to be replaced. Our report had pointed out that some 2,000 Jamaicans rely on the bridge to get from their communities to school, to work, or to go about their general business. Mr. Everall Warmington, the government minister with responsibilities for works, was reportedly then saying that a replacement bridge may take 2 budget cycles to be erected. According to him, engineers are still working on a design. We are not surprised Mr. Warmington insolence when our journalist Mr. Casey Williams called him last week for an update on the bridge, and Mr. Williams documented that display of Bruscunis in his follow-up story in today's paper. Today's story again highlights the astronomical cost to students and adults who are forced to use the alternative routes because of the absence of the bridge. It also reported that the acting principal of Troy Primary, Miss Carisha McIntosh, are saying that the school attendance has dropped significantly because of the distance and expense. Let me turn off this computer because this battery is dead fast. Computer can't really do it. Right? Shut it down. Who, including 2 experienced teachers and students. So, ladies and gentlemen, good day. It's your brother Bolo TBV and I in this space, right? Now, our today put out this article June 5th. Today is June 7th, you know. And this article, I believe, was prompted by the pressure of Oceanwide that put out an article about Mark Golding 2024 statutory declaration. I think maybe a month before that or some weeks before that, Oceanwide again came out and said, asked Mark Golding about it, and he said, listen, in terms of that, I don't know what it is, but I surmise that what might have happened is that, the Integrity Commission is short-staffed, so it's taking them longer. What's up, Ardeen, is taking them longer to actually process all the work, all the investigations that they have to do. Right? So Oceanwide asked, what going on at press? Oceanwide asked Mark Golding about that at one press conference. And I have nothing to do with that, And Mark Golding answered them, I trying to find back that actual press conference. At press, if you have it, let me know. More find that piece of clip there when Chevron, whatever you want name, asked Mark Golding about his statutory declaration at the PNP press conference. Then Oceanwide recently put out an article say Young Jamaica asked Mark Golding about the Integrity Commission. Said he needs to come tell us why he's not certified in the 2024. What is going on with that? Then now June 5th, now this is our today. Mark Golding must give full explanation about why his statutory declaration has not been certified. The audacity, the unmitigated gall, all I want to need to apologize. All of the social media pundit them need to apologize to the integrity boss, Mark Jefferson Golding. And let me tell you why. I don't see the same pressure for Andrew Ole still not being certified in the last 4 to 5 years. I don't see it. But Mark Golding that has been certified has a track record of being certified. Here you guys come with a title like this. That Mark Golding must. We're not even going to that article. But let's show you the heading of the article. I don't think it's a long article either. Let me read it. Let me read it. See it? Oh my God. Listen to this.
Young Jamaica, the youth arm of the governing Jamaica Labour Party, JLP, is calling on opposition leader and president of the People's National Party, PNP, Mark Golding, to provide the Jamaican people with a full and transparent explanation regarding the status of his 2024 statutory declaration, which, to date, has not been certified by the Integrity Commission. In April of this year, when questioned during a media briefing about the absence of certification, Golding blamed alleged staffing issues at the Integrity Commission for the Commission not publishing certification of his 2024 statutory declarations. Young Jamaica finds this explanation unsatisfactory and insufficient to account for the prolonged delay in the certification process.
Fully done.
Embarrassing. He needs some milk.
What can go so?
Hey, who man's is this? Oh, man's is this?
Young Jamaica said Mark Golding's explanation is not satisfactory or sufficient.
Hey, who man's is this? Oh, man's is this?
Process. Young Jamaica rejects that explanation for the 2-year delay proffered by Golding as implausible and fanciful. The Integrity Commission is
implausible. You need to come out to apologize to Mark Golding. No, the germs. You need to come apologize to the Integrity boss immediately. I am demanding an apology now. And if you can sooner, sooner.
mandated by law to publish notices confirming the certification of the statutory declarations submitted by both the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition. It is a matter of public record that Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness has challenged aspects of the Integrity Commission's handling of his statutory declarations through the courts. That matter remains before the judiciary and is therefore subject to the sub judice principle. However, no such legal proceedings have been cited by Golding as an explanation for the outstanding certification of his declarations. Accordingly, Young Jamaica reiterates its call for Golding to provide a full account of the circumstances surrounding this matter and to address the concerns that have arisen in the interest of transparency and public accountability.
These people are desperate, delusional, and discombobulated. You know what I'm saying? Desperate, delusional, and discombobulated. They are getting their ass whooped so much by the failures of the Jamaica Labour Party that they put out an article to try and come against Mark Golding. And then what happened? A few moments later, Golding family earnings dipped more than $30 million in 2024. IC report shows. How you feel? How you feel? Tell me how you feel.
Embarrassing. He needs some milk.
Ocean-wide, Jamaica Young Arm, or whatever you want name, how you feel? Golding's family earnings dipped more than $30 million in 2024. Mighty God, the man lose money, Jamaica. Mark Golding is losing money. You know what this tells me? Everything that Mark Golding said about being a politician and his principles is 100%. Let me tell you why. Because the man said, in principle, he says, there's no way that you can be a politician. In principle, for him, and still actively running your businesses. He says being a politician and working for the people and being in service of the people is a full-time job. You see, all of you comrades out there question Mark Golding, let this be the last blouse and skirt game. I tell you that right now. Me not tolerate it. Anyway, me hear it, me I address it. I am not tolerating you guys telling me that Mark Golding is not committed to what he's doing. Me have a bone out. Me not this is a owner. Any comrade tell you words about us that. Any comrade we are challenge Mark Golding commitment to his work. The man is not the leader of the country, no. The man is the opposition. And as the opposition, he's committed to doing the work for the people. So I don't want to hear nobody open up their mouth and talk to Mark Golding this and Mark Golding that. Mark Golding knows exactly what the hell he's doing because he is a professional and an expert. His approach towards the Jamaica Labour Party, it a mad them. You don't realize that. You don't realize that Mark Golding has done them. It's not about the rah-rah and the show. It's the things that the man do behind the scenes. The man is very sharp and smart and meticulous. And he's going up against a giant that has so many people and corrupt people behind them. There's a group of people that don't want Andrew Holness to come out of power. And they will, the man is saying, they not surrender Jamaica to the people. You don't hear? Open up on the brain. I could get into the article, ladies and gentlemen, because this is important. You don't listen to this. We're showing how Mark got $30 million the man lose. $30 million. Alright? More than 30 million the article said, not 30 million. My apologies. I have to be accurate. More than 30 million. Let's continue.
You're one sentence away from launching your website with Base 44. Since the beginning of the internet, there's never been such a fun, fast, and intelligent way to launch online. Landing pages, content hubs, e-commerce sites, you describe it and it's built in.
Sports. The Integrity Commission, IC, has published a summary of the income. The Integrity Commission, IC, has published a summary of the income, assets, and liabilities of opposition leader Mark Golding, his spouse, and children for 2024 in today's edition of the Sunday Gleaner. The declaration, which covers January 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2024, was duly certified by the IC and was published in the Jamaica Gazette on May 26, 2026, as required by law. The income and assets of prime...
You know, before I go further, you know what was hypocritical about this statement by Ocean White? Mark Golding he's not the Prime Minister. He does not have access to any public funds as an MP. So why would his statutory declaration be a concern to them? That was what bothered me, you know. And I forgot to say it because it was such rubbish. When I heard it on Mystic Sensation, I was going to call in and say, but Mystic, Mark Golding is not the Prime Minister. He does not control public funds. So if there's a delay in the statutory declaration, why is that bigger than anything that is happening with the Prime Minister? Why are they calling out Mark Golding? It's a distraction. So I just brushed it off. But ladies and gentlemen, like I said, a few moments later, not even 1 week after they put out the article, here comes our Mark Golding certification. Mighty God, how embarrassing.
Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness have remained uncertified since 2021. The country's single anti-corruption body has reported a sharp decrease in the total income of the Golding family to 39.9 million Jamaican dollars in 2024, when compared with 2023's earnings of 70.7 million Jamaican dollars. A breakdown of the total income for 2024 showed a salary of 25.2 million Jamaican dollars, plus securities income of a little more than 2 million Jamaican dollars. It also showed other income of 12.6 million Jamaican dollars, which fell from 36.9 million Jamaican dollars in 2023. The family also had $279,007 in securities income in 2024, a reduction from the $324,013 in 2023. Under the current legislative regime, lawmakers, public officials earning 12 million Jamaican dollars or more per annum, and other designated government workers are required to file annual statutory declarations with the IC.
There's another thing I need to mention. Mark Golding does not take his full salary. Mark Golding takes 20% of his salary. The 300 and 200% of them give the government, the JLP government give, that Mark Golding and the People's National Party could not stop because they are not the majority. Mark Golding has protested against that by himself, not as an entire entity or party. Everybody else do what they want to do, but he's saying, listen, I can't work with this because these people need their raise and they're not getting it. So Mark Golding has decided that every month he takes out a certain portion of his salary to give to different charities that is needed. Meanwhile, him still lose $30 million in 2024. Mighty God. What a guy. We tell us that today is Mark Golding International, the only thing I joke. Mark it down June 7th, 2026. For me, every June 7th, I will mark down this day and celebrate Mark Golding as a leader, as an integrity boss. Okay? Let's continue.
I see. In the case of the Prime Minister and opposition leader, the law says their declarations must be gazetted and published for the scrutiny of members of the public. The total Jamaican assets of the Golding family dipped from 165.6 million Jamaican dollars in 2023 when compared with 142.1 million Jamaican dollars the following year. The family's Jamaican assets comprise securities amounting to 113.8 million Jamaican dollars, a marginal increase over the 111.2 million Jamaican dollars reported the previous year. Savings accounts of 654,589 Jamaican dollars and 99 cents, declining from 946,440 Jamaican dollars and 68 cents in 2023. Current accounts showed a balance of 2.2 million Jamaican dollars, approximately 1 million Jamaican dollars less than the sum recorded in 2023, and other personal property was 1.15 million Jamaican dollars. Additionally, the Golding family had Jamaican assets, including receivables of 7.5 million Jamaican dollars, automobiles valued at 10.8 million Jamaican dollars, and cash value of life insurance in the sum of 6 million Jamaican dollars. At the same time, the total assets held in U.S. denominated currency by the Golding family amounted to $908,907, representing a reduction when compared with $995,874 in 2023. The Golding's U.S. dollar-denominated assets comprise savings of $76,245, securities amounting to $379,667, real estate valuing $140,000, purchase price, automobiles $86,572, current accounts $3,459, and cash value of life insurance in the sum of $222,953. In terms of liabilities, Golding and his family have other accounts payable of 2.7 million Jamaican dollars as well as $6,890. The Integrity Commission hereby certifies that the statutory declaration submitted by the above-named declarant has been examined. Based on the examination, which does not constitute an audit, it appears that the declaration has been duly completed in accordance with the provisions of the Act, the anti-corruption body noted. Meanwhile, the IC had conducted an investigation to determine whether the Prime Minister owned assets disproportionate to his lawful earnings and whether he had made false statements in his statutory declarations by way of omissions, which would be a breach of the law. In September 2024, it referred its investigation report to the Financial Investigations Division, FD, and Tax Administration Jamaica, TJ, as further probe was necessary to resolve the question of illicit enrichment. The Commission said there can be no finality in the certification of wholeness assets for 2019 to 2022 without further investigation. IC Director of Investigation, DI, Kevin Stevenson made the referral to the FID and TAJ over concerns about the funding and operations of companies linked to the Prime Minister. The findings of the DI and #39S investigation raised significant questions around the income-generating capacity of the referenced companies relative to the funds which have been identified in their accounts, the report said. In February, the Sunday Gleaner reported that attorneys for the Prime Minister had requested an update from the FID about its investigation into statutory declarations. Almost a year has elapsed since the reference of this report to your office, and therefore, in the circumstances, I request that your office provide an update to my client and the Integrity Commission. The Prime Minister's attorneys wrote in the August 2025 letter to head of the FID, Dennis Chung. After confirming to the Sunday Gleaner that it received correspondence from attorneys representing Wholeness inquiring about a probe relating to their client, the FID said. A written response was provided directing them to seek the relevant information from the Integrity Commission, as any investigative matters concerning their client rest with that body. In December 2024, the Supreme Court granted permission for the Prime Minister to pursue judicial review to invalidate 2 IC reports that questioned his statutory declarations and financial dealings. However, the court rejected Wholeness' bid to compel the IC to certify his 2022 and 2023 declarations or recommend exoneration.
So, while the integrity boss can go through the process and answer the questions to the Integrity Commission and show everything and give them the details and become certified, Mark Bolin, Sir, the Right Honorable Mark Bolin, when he can do that, what Andrew Holness does is take the Integrity Commission to court and tell the court, say, to reject the actual findings of the Integrity Commission and certify it. Andrew Holness wanted the court to certify it. Right? See that? In December 2024, the Supreme Court granted permission for the Prime Minister to pursue judicial review to invalidate 2 IC reports that question his statutory declaration. However, the court rejected his bill to compel IC to certify his 2022 and 2023. He wanted the court to compel the Integrity Commission to certify him. What can go so? Meanwhile, the Integrity boss is sitting pretty while being orchestratedly attacked by JLP media. To distract us from the fact that the government did not only spend 2% of 1.44 billion. To distract us from the FLA report, the damning FLA report, dead people buying ammunition, systems being manipulated, and then evidence being conveniently unavailable for investigation. Private people. Right? Come on now. Come on now. But we're gonna go on Twitter to see if Ocean Wide has any integrity in them enough to make sure that they put out a story and give Mark Golding the honor he deserves. Just like how them did put out, I'm expecting Jamaica to come apologize to the man talking about he must answer this and answer that. How in the hell would Mark Golding be able to answer a report that has not come out? Right? The report has to come out to say he's uncertified enough before he can take action enough. And then they put out this stupid article talking about no legal action has been cited by Golding. How do you put a legal action forward for a document that you haven't seen? It's the same thing with the FLA, you know. They couldn't carry the Integrity Commission to court until the report was tabled, you know. They couldn't carry them to court. All them are going to do. They haven't seen the report first. But the report was honest and fair, so they cannot take them to court. Simple. Andrew Holness is just using delay tactics. Right? That's all. Carrying the Integrity Commission to court, all these litigation, money, delay, drag it through the courts. But ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you of something. God is dropping the dominoes them. You see, June 22nd, Paul Buchanan will be in court. And that seat for Andrew Holness is coming into question. And if the courts do the right thing, we're going to see a re-election for that seat in particular. And Andrew Holness, at that point, will not be the Prime Minister of Jamaica if it works out that way. Okay? You remember good? So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned. Alright? I don't want to make sure that I don't have any other thing for sharing this reaction in terms of this particular part of it. Yes? Let me just make sure. Like the video. Hey y'all, please remember to hit the like button. I know y'all come in sometimes and y'all forget, but the main thing, man, y'all gotta hit the like button, man. And share the live stream. Come on now. Stop playing. Support, support, support. The like button is free, heard? Jamaica, listen to this from Dr. Nathan Campbell, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is a brilliant idea in preparation for these monster storms that's coming. Listen to this.
Madam Speaker, the first recommendation I place before the House in this is the establishment of a permanent agriculture and fisheries disaster recovery fund. Such a fund should not be created after every hurricane, flood, or drought. It should not depend on emergency appeals or delayed budget allocations after livelihoods have been destroyed. It should be a standing national fund, financed annually and ready to be activated immediately when disaster strikes. Jamaica is vulnerable to hurricanes, floods, droughts, and other climate-related events. These risks are predictable. Our response system should therefore be proactive, not reactive. A permanent fund would allow government to move from crisis management to preparedness. It would provide farmers and fishers with confidence that support will be available through a clear, transparent mechanism whenever disaster causes significant losses. The fund should serve 5 core purposes: providing emergency assistance to affected producers, replacing critical productive assets, supporting temporary livelihoods where incomes have been disrupted, accelerating replanting and restocking, and helping producers rebuild in ways that are more resilient to future disasters. Importantly, recovery must be linked to production. The objective is not simply to compensate losses, but to help farmers return to their fields and fishers return to the sea as quickly as possible. Madam Speaker, every disaster teaches the same lesson. Delayed recovery increases hardship, weakens food security, and slows economic growth. A permanent recovery fund would help ensure that assistance is timely, predictable, and focused on restoring livelihoods. If we know the disaster will come, then preparedness is not an option, it is a responsibility. Madam Speaker, for the fund to succeed, it must be transparent, efficient, and trusted by the people it is designed to serve. It cannot become another program defined by delay, uncertainty, or discretion. It must operate according to clear rules, clear timelines, and clear accountability. Farmers and fishers should know who qualifies, what losses are covered, what support is available, and how assistance can be accessed. Once a disaster is declared and the fund is activated, application should be processed through a simple and accessible system supported by RADA, Fisheries Authority, and parish-level recovery teams. Most importantly, recovery must be timely. Damage assessment should begin immediately. Emergency assistance should reach affected producers within weeks, and regular public reports should provide transparency on beneficiaries, funding, and progress. The fund should also be supported by parish-level agricultural and fisheries recovery teams established before disaster occurs. Their role would be to assess damage, verify losses, coordinate assistance, and ensure that support reaches those most in need quickly and fairly. Madam Speaker, preparedness is not simply about forecasting storms. It is about having systems in place to protect livelihoods, restore production, and help people recover with dignity when disaster strikes. The obvious question is how such a fund would be financed. The answer is that it should not depend on a single source of funding. A permanent agriculture and fishery disaster recovery fund should be supported through a blended model that combines annual government allocations, climate finance, insurance mechanism, development partner support, and private sector partnership. Madam Speaker, a responsible nation does not wait until livelihoods are destroyed before searching for funding. It prepares in advance.
Ladies and gentlemen, the GenSec is on to something. I hope that the Jamaican Labour Party steal this idea and implement it quickly, you know, for the benefit of the Jamaican people, you know, because honestly, we are left to bear with the hurricane season now upon us. And I tell you, I know some fishermen, some professionals, and you know, it's rough. It's rough, ladies and gentlemen. This is really, really good. I like this idea. This was well thought through. Hey, shout out to the GenSec, man. Y'all thought the GenSec was sleeping. Listening to the people, ladies and gentlemen. Formulating ideas, sound ideas. And this is an extremely sound idea.
Equally important, Madam Speaker, is accountability. The fund should be independently audited, report annually to Parliament, and publish recovery reports after major disasters, detailing how How funds were allocated, who benefited, and what outcomes were achieved.
Yes, this is not NARA. You hear, Andrew? This is not NARA. This is not an, listen, you're probably not going to like this one, but this is how it's supposed to be implemented. Accountability. Because we know someone not like accountability. Yes.
The Jamaican people should not have to guess how disaster funds are being spent. Transparency must be built into the system from the beginning. I propose the establishment of an oversight body as well, comprising of representatives of government, opposition, farmers and fishers organizations, and other relevant stakeholders to strengthen public confidence and ensure fair administration. Madam Speaker, the issue before us is not whether resources can be found. The issue is whether we are prepared to build permanent systems that ensure those resources reach the people who need them the most, when they need them the most. This is not simply an agricultural priority. It is a national responsibility and one that should unite us across party lines. Madam Speaker, disaster recovery is essential, but recovery alone cannot be our strategy. We must place equal emphasis on reducing vulnerability before disaster strikes. Climate change is no longer a future concern. It is a present reality. Farmers are facing longer droughts, more intense hurricanes, irregular rainfall, flooding, heat stress, and increased pest pressures. Fishers are confronting changing marine conditions and increasingly dangerous seas. The question is whether we are doing enough to help them adapt. Serious resilience program must include expanded irrigation, water harvesting system, protected agriculture, drought-resistant crops, improved drainage, hurricane-resistant infrastructure, coastal protection, and modern early warning systems.
So, this part of the speech I may highlight because I really want to hear from the people. Listening to Dr. Dayton Campbell's suggestion about that fund. Let me know your thoughts in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen. I personally think it's an excellent one. And the more I think about it, the more I'm liking it. I'm actually loving it. Let me know what you think. Ladies and gentlemen, it's your brother Bolo TBV, and I want to examine. It says here that public apology from Young Jamaica for misleading attack on Mark Bowden. Hey, that's what I love her. Yo, let's hear what you have to say, man.
The following is a release from the People's National Party Media Unit.
The People's National Party Youth Organization is calling on Young Jamaica and the Jamaica Labour Party's Communications Task Force to issue an immediate and public apology for the dissemination of a reckless, baseless, and malicious statement concerning opposition leader Mark Golding's 2024 statutory declaration. The PNPYO is deeply disturbed that this misinformation was sent to the media and disseminated to the wider public without even the basic level of research, verification, or due diligence being conducted. The PNPYO further notes that the certification by the Integrity Commission of opposition leader Mark Golding's 2024 statutory declaration was published in the Jamaica Gazette on May 26, 2026, more than a week before Young Jamaica's defamatory press release was issued. The Jamaica Gazette is the official state newspaper and a journal of record for the government of Jamaica and serves as the official medium through which such information is published to the public. Even the most basic level of due diligence would have revealed the facts before Young Jamaica chose to issue its statement.
So I did not know that. Before Young Jamaica came out and put out the article, Mark Golding statutory declaration was gazetted. No man, sue them, Mr. Marky G. If they don't come out and publicly apologize, sue the hell out of them. Them out of that. Make an example out of them, Marky G. I know they have a lot on your plate, but I know you can find on the top line of them where you know, for just deal with the case. No man, them stink man, them out of order man. Let's continue.
Public is therefore entitled to ask whether this was simply negligence or a deliberate attempt to tarnish the reputation of the leader of the opposition. We are proud to be led by a leader such as Mark Golding MP, whose statutory declarations have been certified by the Integrity Commission every year since he became a Member of Parliament in 2017, including for the year ending December 31, 2024. The Prime Minister and the Minister with responsibility for information have repeatedly pledged to fight misinformation and correct falsehoods when they arise. This is their opportunity to prove that those commitments are more than talking points. If an apology to the leader of the opposition is not forthcoming, it will speak volumes about how seriously the JLP and its affiliates.
Hey, me say, you see you? That's why I should get the big box, ladies and gentlemen. Dana Morris Dixon, we're calling you out. Dana Morris Dixon, that pledged to fight misinformation. We are calling you out. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're not following and you're not subscribing, please do so right now. Dana Morris Dix, the Minister of Education and Responsibility for information in whatever capacity you are. We are calling you out. If you guys don't swallow your pride and fix young drunker arm business and make them come out and loudly apologize to Mark Bolin for spreading mischief and misinformation in regards to his statutory declaration without doing any real research. And these things are a regular thing from them too, you know. And that will find out, you know, over the years they have been operating in this capacity. Right? So now, seeing as the JLP want to tell us that they are the standard of information and they are the only ones we should listen to, well, we're not going to let this go, you know. We are not going to let this go. We need to apologize to the integrity board. The man even lose money in 2024, $30+ million. And what alarms me is that the man is not the Prime Minister. So I don't understand why you guys are so zealously attacking his statutory declaration when he has a track record of being certified, but your leader for the last almost 5 years is not certified at all. And if you should go into the details of the report, it's quite damning. Right? And this is why the People's National Party was asking for his resignation, for him to be removed and do the principle thing. But because you guys don't have any principle, right? I know we know that you don't have any principle based off your actions from then till now, right? We still is going to call on. We're not going to call on you to have some shame, have some dignity, have some self-respect, and apologize to the leader of the opposition. The Right Honourable, the Most Honourable Mark Jefferson Golding. Out of order. Let's continue.
Truly take transparency, accountability, and honest public discourse. As young leaders, we have to hold ourselves to a high standard and strive to operate above the fray at all times. It is unfortunate that young Jamaica chooses to engage in this kind of political tomfoolery, while they and the G2K remain largely missing from policy discourse and advocacy on the myriad issues affecting Jamaica's youth. The PNPYO is calling on...
Hey! What does the young arm or the young jail people, what the fuck? They are so quiet when it comes to key policies and legislations and what is actually happening in the country. They seem to be an organization of puppets that only move when the Prime Minister tells them to move and only talk when the Prime Minister tells them to talk. Where's your independent voice? Where is it? Very, very sad. A call of action. Have some dignity about yourself, man. Do better, man. Do better. Let's continue.
Young Jamaica to apply the same standards of accountability to its own leadership. While Mr. Golding has been certified annually since 2017, Prime Minister Andrew Holness has remained uncertified since 2021. They need to explain why their Prime Minister's statutory declarations remain uncertified.
He needs some milk.
The youth of Jamaica deserve better. The country deserves better. An apology and correction of the record are not only warranted, they are necessary.
Visit our website at pnp.org.jm or check us out on Facebook at Jamaica PNP.
Big shout out. Sorry about that. When it actually got to that part of the music, that's what happened. So big shout out to her on that, and then we play this again for the reaction purposes from the Patreon.
Or check us out on Facebook at Jamaica PNP. The following is a release from the People's National Party Media Unit.
Mr. Golding has once again demonstrated that accountability is something to be embraced. We are now calling on young Jamaica to show the Jamaican people that their stated commitment to integrity extends beyond partisan politics, and to demand from the Prime Minister the same transparency they so eagerly sought from the leader of the opposition.
Visit our website at PNP.
That's very, very clear. Now, I want to play this. JLP is a disgrace. Look at this. The JLP senators voted no to help in Hurricane Melissa victims rebuild. Senator Floyd Morris, opposition spokesperson on housing, proposed amendments to NHT bill that would have ring-fenced NHT funds only to rebuild homes destroyed in St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland, Hanover, and St. James. Limited further annual NHT extractions to 2-year ending March 2028 instead of 5 more years to 2031. Government senators voted both amendments down. Again, over 20,000 homes destroyed, 70,000 Jamaicans still under tarpaulin. The government had the chance to act. They chose not to. Mighty God. For all the people in St. Elizabeth, Hanover, St. James, Westmoreland, and all the other areas that are displaced, homeless. I want you guys to remember this moment. The moment that the Jamaica Labour Party government that says they are caring government decided to vote no to this particular amendment. Let's listen. Let's listen, ladies and gentlemen.
Amendments that I am...
Morris?
I have some amendments that I am proposing, and for in 2, I would want to see us delete 2C, 2D, and 2E, because...
Delete 2C, yes, 2D, and?
E.
Yes.
So that we would support for 2 years, which would end in 2028. And then I am going to be proposing a new 3.
Clause 3?
Yes.
No, don't get there yet then.
No, it's consequent.
It's consequent on this.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm adding a new section 3, which would read, these funds should be specifically used to build houses for citizens who have been affected by Hurricane Melissa in the affected parishes. And the existing 3 would become 4, and therein we would change the date to March 2028. Those are the amendments that I'm proposing.
Thank you very much. So the members would have heard the proposed amendment to clause 2. All in favor of the amendments proposed by Senator Morris?
Aye.
Thank you very much. So 1 minute. So the noes have it. Divide?
Yes.
Yeah, are you serious, Senator Morris?
Yeah.
A divide?
Yeah.
Madam Clerk?
This is a proposal to build
Madam
houses
Clerk?
to the people who are...
Senator Brown, please.
I'm just trying to clarify.
Morris?
I have...
So there you have it. The Jamaica Labour Party representatives did not hesitate to say no to helping 20,000 people that are displaced, that their house was destroyed, 70,000 Jamaicans that are still under tarpaulin. I just want that to sink in for the people out there that want to say that this is a good government and this is a caring government. Their actions speak for themselves. 100%. All right? Fully. Actions speak louder. Don't tell me that you care about me while stabbing me in the neck with a sharp knife. Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that you care and I need water to drink, but you refuse to give me a bottle when you have 100 cases in front of you. Don't tell me that you care about me and I'm dying for hunger and you have apples and oranges and all types of organic things in your disposal to give me for me to get sustenance, but you refuse to give it to me. Don't tell me you care about me. Their actions speak volumes, and I want you, the Jamaican people, to remember this moment in time. You know? Don't forget it. You know? Don't let this be a 9-day one. You know? These are the types of things you hold a government to an organization for life. Because PMP and JLP and no P at all is in those 70,000 people. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue.
People's National Party Media Unit.
I'm calling on the Minister of Finance to explain why the government withdrew $500 million from the Financial Services Commission, which has caused a significant deterioration in its financial position, while the FSC is increasing the fees it charges to insurance companies. These increased fees will simply be passed on by the insurance companies to the end consumer, who will be burdened with higher premiums to insure their homes and their cars. These increased costs come at a time when consumers are burdened with weekly gas price increases and have seen the cost of food increase due to the government's own tax package. The minister must explain this decision, which has resulted in a deterioration in the FSC's financial position while imposing more costs on the Jamaican consumer.
Visit our website.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, thank God for the People's National Party, right? Or I would not know this unless I read it in the newspaper. So these people draw down 500 million from FSC, as regulator seeks, and the FSC in turn is seeking to charge the insurance companies more. Obviously, the insurance companies are going to charge their customers more. So you, the regular citizen, You remember when they said no new taxes? Oh, they are finding ways to bleed you guys of money. The government is finding ways of bleeding you, the regular citizens' money. Meanwhile, their family members that own and very wealthy is going to benefit from NARA significantly. Oh, we're going to get involved. We're going to get into that. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen. That's the next topic. We're going to get into that. That's what we're going to get into. Mighty God. Like I share this video, ladies and gentlemen. Let's listen to this.
Shouldn't leave aviation before I talk about Lionel Densham, because I know that it is a matter of local interest. And whilst I cannot give you all the details on that today,
we are sure you can't give us all the details today, but you have it. Let's continue.
I certainly have been inspired by my conversation with Jason this morning.
I mean, Jason Hensel, you are inspired by his conversations. I wish I was a fly on the wall when they had that conversation. What did Jason do? Did Jason tell you that, you know, hey, listen, we're all going to make some good money? Is that what Jason told you? The small group of you, listen, we're all going to make some good money. This is going to be amazing. Rubbing your fingers. I'm just asking. I wish I was a fly on the wall when they had that conversation, ladies and gentlemen. Celine, how you doing? Yes, sir. Rain is falling, cats and dogs like this.
And the potential for it, and is to give me some data, which he has. And I'll definitely move that forward. And Minister Green and myself will help to channel that, because aviation is at the heart of tourism, as you know. They don't swim to Jamaica, right? And 97% of the transport of the world is by air. So aviation is critical to us. So back to the point now of how NARA is going to insert itself into the new tourism that we're talking about.
So Jason Hensel, his family owned Church of Beach, you know, St. Elizabeth. How NARA is going to insert itself. And then the husband of his sister is the CEO of NARA. What a family business. Some unknown Libra. What a family business we have uncovered, ladies and gentlemen. What a bangarang. This is a field. This is a manure. This is a area of filth that is ripe for corruption. If you should plant the seed of corruption in this field, it shall grow like a tall tree. What a bangarang. Just look at that. His sister married to Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson is allegedly Andrew Warner's cousin. The tourism minister of Light Green, active in a St. Elizabeth. The people in a party being displaced and removed. And then some type of tourism development is happening. Mighty God. Ladies and gentlemen, if you realize under this government, everywhere where there's the coastline and there's beaches, they are locking it off. Locking it off all over the island. And that's not hearsay. All over the island. The amount of court cases in East Portland. See? When Darrell Vaz and his family them have property rights. So I'm going to one time I'm seeing him way back in idea, you know, upon him poach him and his wife and them. Them time them never listen to politics. Right? I went there once and I saw them. And I went to the Goat Island and everything. We see him. That was the closest I ever got to Darrell Vaz. You understand? That same area there with Blue Lagoon there? Yes. The people them now can't access it. A big problem. That's why them want him wife win again, because it's vast land. Jamaica, are you seeing the connections? All these friends of the government and family members, and where our money is going that we have to go pay back. But they voted in Parliament to not make the NHD money where we contribute mandatorily to help the people in my homeless. What a wicked, evil, bastard government. Talking about their tearing government. And people come on in a, so I have no tolerance for no labor right in the comment section. It is too blatant and too clear. Them don't even care about Uno. Uno is nobody. If we not get one, well, I don't know how much them are paying if you come online, if you come chat foolishness. If you not get 100 US a week, you still not getting no money. These people are controlling billions and trillions of dollars towards their friends for them to stay wealthy while you get crumbs to sell out your own people and misguide them. Right? Direct them into hell for them to not own anything, only a few owning it. That's what capitalism is, you know. A few being wealthy and standing on the backs of the poor. Someone who like a worse than the JLP MP them. Someone who worse than the JLP MP them. Worse. Who have no soul. Who is total sellouts. Who led by money. Nobody now pay me to do this. Nobody now say, Bolo, go ahead, put this narrative out there. I look at the information and I think for myself. And I am grieving, ladies and gentlemen, to see that these people are clearly showing you their intent. And there's no outrage. Where's the independent journalists? We're on the next one too. We stay quiet. You guys don't see any problem with Hensels. I'm married to Mr. Anderson, being a close friend or a cousin of Andrew Owens. And then Andrew create NARA that give him all of these sweeping powers to challenge all and overturn all of the regulated authorities that is in Jamaica. And oh, by the way, they will not go to prison because they are indemnified. Mighty God, when is the Jamaican people going to wake up and rise up? But yo, man, today, man.
Because it is creating the infrastructure that is required.
I was extremely pleased.
It insert itself into the new. So aviation is critical to us. So back to the point now of how NARA is going to insert itself into the new tourism that we're talking about. Because it is creating the infrastructure that is required.
I was extremely pleased that Minister Bartlett mentioned.
That is Jason Hensel, the brother of Justin Hensel, the wife of Anthony Anderson, CEO of NARA. And he's very pleased, ladies and gentlemen, about Minister Bartlett's support for upgrading Lionel Denton aerodrome. And where's the money coming from? NARA. NARA is supposed to be a response to give the Jamaican people resilience. Where the hell them use our money for? We go upgrade aerodrome. And then now upgrade the people in house and give the people in my house that don't have any. My Jamaican people, make it make sense. We need justice. This is what Zulika just was talking about. We need justice. Hear them something here?
The importance of upgrading Lionel Denton.
Because it itself into the new tourism that we're talking about. Because it is creating the infrastructure that is required.
I was extremely pleased that Minister Bartlett mentioned the importance of upgrading Lionel Denton Airdrome. We've been operating Lionel Denton since 2010 as a private airstrip, and we are looking forward to this public-private partnership, which will see a $2.9 million investment to widen it, lengthen it, put up a new fence and a terminal building. We know that it will make a tremendous
$2.9 million investment. Meanwhile, people live on the Tapali. You see, all I want to do is suffer right now, especially liberate them, because I want to do the wrong thing what they have put to them. You see, all I want to do is suffer right now. Me not try putting you down and rubbing salt in a wound. But me ask you, don't make a mistake again. Don't ever vote for them. You must remember these moments. Do not ever vote for the Labour them again. Don't accept nothing from them, no water. In our greatest time of need, the drunkard them on the vote for has been absent. And what have they done? They are serving up the money that they benefit from because of Hurricane Melissa. Through your suffering, through your loss, they got that money. And what are they doing with it? Giving it to their families and their friends. You must remember this moment. You must never vote for the Jamaica Labour Party ever again. And I say that without fear or favor. Uno suffer, uno know the suffering. Uno don't want to come out and talk. Uno don't want to come on the media. Because one, some are afraid, and some are You know, say some of my PNP them go bash you. And use another example, me now bash you. I am giving you a warning. Learn from this. Learn from this.
You know, we've been operating Lionel Densham since 2010 as a private airstrip, and we are looking forward to this public-private partnership, which will see a $2.9 million investment to widen it, lengthen it, put up a new fence and a terminal.
Hold on there. It have to be 2.9 million US. 2.9 million Jamaican dollar can't do so much. So much something we matter about. Alvaro, hold on there. Alvaro, come on. Hold on there. Alvaro, come talk to me. Let me play this first and then you talk to me. Let me play out to your side. But that $2.9 million we matter about, that can't Jamaican. That must be US. It have to be US.
Terminal building. We know that it will be an airstrip, and we are looking forward to this public-private partnership, which will see a $2.9 million investment to widen it, lengthen it, put up a new fence and a terminal building. We know that it will make a tremendous impact on the access to Treasure Beach. We have had consultants, aviation consultants, say that there is a tremendous return on investment for the government and for all concerned. So I really am encouraged by his support and the ministry's support.
A tremendous investment. We have Alvaro in the building. Alvaro, I know live on YouTube too, you know, so I'm a record. Talk to me.
The money that Jamaican money.
A US.
A US money that
it have to be US. Because when I talk about widen strip and building and fencing and one bag of something, it have to be US. So that's our 2.9 million, that's our 3 times 150, that's almost $460 million.
But you see, things around with that. People are blindsided and not understand what this man said. In the following clip, there's another clip where Bartlett has said something said. The investment to them all make. The small players them start cry already because them show them more benefit. There's no benefit for them. Anybody know Treasure Beach here? A lot of Airbnb type of business there, but a small man them. I don't like them big boys there.
Oh, so
the small one them all cry because Ed Bartlett mentioned the 3.0 tourism plan, which you will get rid of the Airbnb people.
But remember, so them tax them what they are in the budget. They put this new tax for them to Airbnb them. Mighty God.
Which is more tax than where the money pay. That's one. But if you look at it, the man said, give thanks for the investment Flight Green and Edmund Bartlett going to make. Business people not say investment unless you confirm or they know already. That's one. But maybe go backtrack. What's the name of that man?
Who that? Jason?
Yeah, what's his name?
Jason Hensel, man. We don't establish him is this the brother of Justin Hensel, and also she is the wife of Anthony Anderson, and he is the CEO of NARA. So it's a direct connection there. You understand?
I'll just tell you now. The Flight Green and the Jamaican government plan to invest 50 million US in the Treasure Beach area, starting September, and the agreement signed already. For developing Calabash and other things. Who's the president of Calabash Festival? Is Mr. Hensel?
Flight Green?
No, man. Is he a commissioner?
Oh, president of Calabash Festival. I don't know.
Yeah, man. The commissioner wife.
Oh, she. Okay.
People after their friends and their family.
Yeah.
People.
Wow.
How is it that they strike an arrangement or agreement develop a place? If you look at TVJ News, when they show that piece of place, the place was empty.
Yes.
Or the employee don't want to lie down. The whole place fixed up back and people in a pool already. But now people still not at work.
That's a good question.
How is it important now run Treasure Beach? You fix up in hotel, but then you leave the people out at work to sleep.
Yes. That I mean, I understand. The people have to wake up. The people have to wake up.
What area is close to Treasure Beach? Can you link it in them for you?
Yes.
Which area premises that people have to live in a St. Elizabeth?
No, the same place where Parati, man. Parati, man. And then I guess I go. This is what they call indirect gentrification style thing. Exactly, because they can do what they want to do, especially with NARA.
So you see, people have to just be informed and everything. But me not tell people, me make connection with people. Man, that's another But now they start seeing them as something different. There's more to it than that. We have more to it than that.
Yes. Yes. But more is going to be revealed, and I am certain this is going to go to the courts. Me not ask Christ. Hell and high water go run right now, man. Tell you.
I'm sure they say Jamaican people, maybe some of them are sick now, but they're not out there high.
Yes.
So let's see how it does go there. But let's say, Andrew, let's say, Bernardville,
hey y'all, please remember to hit the like button. I know y'all coming sometimes.
Yes,
and y'all forget the main thing, man. Y'all gotta hit the like button, man, and share the live stream. Come on now.
Okay.
Stop playing. Support. The like button is free, you heard?
One that is our own army base. No owned by Jamaica. Alright, no problem. Owned by Jamaica now. So you're developing an airport. Did the airport authority put out a bid for tender from 2021 and nobody accept the tender? Nobody take it up? We do a master plan of it. So if we're at 2026 now, how we ball it now and tell we say, you're going to build an airport here. We put out a tender 5 years ago and nobody accepted the tender.
Mighty God.
They can't tell me so going on. We have a tender document and look at myself.
Yes.
They can't put a date, you know. So for you go tell we say you're build an airport makes no sense. Because one, you have 2 airports. I call it 4 airport. I'm one first. It's a private one. Let's say if it was Kingston. Kingston, you have a money and manage the airport and you get receivable. So on a technical level, you own it right now. Man, think of the same thing. So you create the biggest airport clearing that. How do you benefit the government? Want to get the tax money. I don't like the government already. But when they're a member, today don't say Jamaican people don't like read. We don't just call it an Antoine's budget speech. What you say about Bernardville? You want it to be a private operating airport. So, that man partner come and pull the people have no about it. What's a private airport in not to do government? The private man paying tax and then what them do? You not to do government.
Right.
So now you just read them from the people now before the airport authority. You know, see airport authority announce a bid. They secure money, yes. They secure budget for the tender for 2021 December. Nobody no accept the bid, so you want to tell people say you have to build the airport. When you can't build 2 clinics. You can't build 2 clinics. And clinic is have to build an airport. That is true. That is true. Think about security plan, infrastructure, road network, highway, water, near sea, you have a security, port and land, police force, infrastructure, cyber attack. One of them is something you have to think about your airport. Yes. Because airport, people can, when you have a relocation of people, because people can live in their airport. No. All different type of things. Yes. So there's just one bag of things, you know, people in the car, they know.
But to your point, you know, Alvaro, in the same clip where you talk about, because you're trying to see it on YouTube, you know, on TikTok, you know. You know, say people in like crowd, like they say, what? Like, brother, we are talking about. You know, say foolish is matter. People in my laugh off him. In the same thing. You feel me?
The 28th of November 2018. My children tell them, say, no, there can be no airport without a master plan. You know? Yes. That is 2018. The master plan never did until 2021, you know. Yes. In the master plan, page 25, you know. It take up to 2 years, see master plan complete the stages, them, you know.
Oh, so there's a process. So them have 2 years. So then that's our 2024, you say? So then start to do any of them in the process there?
Nobody don't accept no tender. So when you want to talk to the people, we can say that with everything like that.
Yo, I chew up this.
I waste of time, so I waste of time. I don't look at them, I waste of time.
Wow.
It's about airport authority website, you know. And so many people can download and read, you know, themselves, you know.
Yeah.
But they know some people don't like read, they don't tell them anything, and they just come like sponge, you know.
Hold on, the Alvaro. For the people on BOLO TBV, that is the video of Edmund Bartlett. It's on mute, you know, but if you want to go and listen to all of the full context of what they're talking about, them plans to Treasure Beach and all of these things on the South Coast, go and listen to it for yourself. Here, it's on BOJ TV Live. Yeah, man.
Check the South Coast Highway plan.
Them are here, you know. The microphone, the right iPhone, so them are here on YouTube. You know.
Tell them to go check it plan if there's no airport tonight. When I'm Jonas, they may live with the plan, the South Coast Highway. No airport in that plan. So if no airport was in the plan, that means you have to come with a new plan. Yeah. Incorporate the airport. Yeah. An airport, that's something you can just control like one shop or one.
No, man. Serious planning have to go on.
It have to be strategically aligned, you know.
Yeah.
Here's different things in plain land, if this, that. They're allied necessary components to go to the airport.
Right.
If that never happened already, how you come now and tell the people? That is just election plight, future election plight.
Continue to promising people them when they're in substance that they're behind them attack.
You know, if you understand too, say that. So the budget approved and the budget is $1.4 trillion. The government only have 1.3 trillion in revenue, expected revenue. The budget chart $103 billion. You hear government on TV tell how they're going to raise the money?
No, they don't tell me that. And that's a fact because when I listen to Rasta and I talk about that same something there. That's a fact. That's a fact.
They go by DOJ, the information by Ministry of Finance, but they give people them because ticking things are like sweetie. The sweeten them and the industrial partner and chat, which is substance of the argument. Just like how people come and tell us that. They have enough money to sustain anything we are going to Middle East.
Madness.
But no direct bars that will be conserved. That makes sense to me.
Madness. Absolute madness, my general.
Or if you conserve something you can't control.
But we don't want the reaction to get too long, so we're going to move on from this. I think we have I've said enough. Ladies and gentlemen, you can go to Alvaro page on TikTok. That's ALVARO with a fire. Alvaro, you can't miss him. Him show the thing them. You're not on a YouTube page, brother? Brother, you do the thing them. You need to have a YouTube page so they can see it on the screen, good brother. Because you drop information. You need to have a YouTube page. You put it in that. Yeah, man.
But he just tell him that I know the Jamaican people up sweet.
Yes.
You couldn't tell me that.
Yeah, man. So, I'm going to check out the brother Alvaro, ladies and gentlemen, and like and share the video, please, if you haven't done so already.
Right? I am getting to understand that corruption has been normalized under the Jamaica Labour Party, and they take pride in hiding corruption. So anybody that have sense, like a blogger, like myself, we have sense, and we try to educate the people, then take offense to us as bloggers. Knowing well, within themselves that what we are doing is not wrong, But it is the hallmark and the mantra of the Jamaica Labour Party to keep the truth withheld from the people of this country. And so Jamaica, I don't know anywhere else in this world or any other jurisdiction, any country, that a minister could be under such scrutiny, right? And he's made to remain where he is. I don't understand. There's certainly no jurisdiction, no other country where such things can happen and he or she remained at that ministry. We're not asking to fire them as a member of parliament, but the responsible thing to do is to relieve that person from all position and ministries that was assigned to him. And when I look and I see that Christopher Tufton, the health minister, for whatever is happening in his personal life, no one cares. But when you are a public sector worker and you're handling matters and monies concerning the public, then you are up for scrutiny. And what many persons find difficult to identify is conflicts of interest. So here we have Christopher Tufton, right, as the Minister of Health. And we have the member for Northwest Centre, Crystal Lee, as the State Minister. And it is no secret that the Integrity Commission would have discovered that Christopher Tufton would have awarded a contract to a particular company known as Market Me. And Market Me falls under the Ministry of Wellness. Remember, it's Ministry of Health and Wellness. So separate and apart from the Ministry of Health, you have another area to it that deals with the wellness of individuals. So the exercise, your medication, those kind of things that they would look into the wellness side of your health. And so Jamaica, the minister, Christopher Tufton, would have awarded contracts to Jamaica Moves, to which Market Me falls under Jamaica Moves. And nothing is wrong with that. Awarding contract to a responsible agency that can carry out the work. However, what many fail to understand is that the individual who is responsible for this entity called Market Me is the girlfriend to the minister. I repeat, the individual who is the owner of Market Me, a company that the minister awarded $80 million worth of contracts to, is the girlfriend of the Minister of Health, Christopher Tufton. And this is where many persons drop the ball because they don't stop to educate themselves and ask what is happening here. Many persons say, oh, so what? In award the contract to somebody, the work I do, we see them do whatever. But nobody is stopping to understand that these ministers would have signed and taken an oath when it comes down to these things. And one such thing is conflict of interest. Whereas you as a minister, you cannot award contracts to individuals that are your family. Worst in this scenario, this lady is the girlfriend to the Minister of Health, and you award $80 million contract to this individual, right? And while Christopher Tufton came out and acknowledged that he did something that was wrong, which is a breach, it is a conflict of interest, but we don't see anything happen or anything went further. Why? Because the Jamaica Labour Party is in power and this is how they govern. So instead of educating the people of this country, identify a wrongdoing and call out the individual and take necessary actions, instead of the government identifying a problem and fix the problem, what they do is to continue in the mess and put out public stunt and public PR stunt to make it seem as though no corruption, despite an agency we are paying millions to do their job, discover the wrongdoing. The individual remain and they see nothing wrong with that. Now, Jamaica, I wake up this morning and saw Crystal Lee stretching and have a man all over her, setting her body in various positions. And I delved deeper into the video and I realized that there were other individuals there, such as Kerencia Morrison. I said to myself, say, oh, Kerencia reach here so. Babs, have nothing for doing at the Ministry of Culture and Gender Entertainment. How Kerencia Morrison gone over the Ministry of Health? Well, Jamaica, me see the man twist up them and I put them in all kind of position and them a exercise. Little did I know, Jamaica, that it seems as though the investigation that the Integrity Commission have done and would have caused significant damage to the Jamaica Labour Party, but them turn a blind eye at the Ministry of Health. It seems as though they would have dismantled Market Me. So it seems like things didn't look good, and it is clear because the blind and the deaf and the dumb could still say, how can you award $80 million worth of contracts to your girlfriend and you don't consider that as a conflict of interest? And so it would have caused significant damage to the Jamaica Labour Party. However, the leader of the Labour Party did nothing. The individual is still there. So instead of removing Christopher Tufton from the ministry, what they did was to remove, I am only assuming, I don't know, but it seems as though they have dismantled Market Me and they have now formulated a new wellness aspect. Yeah? And the Creative Factory is calling it what? Fit Stops. Yes, see it here, Fit Stops. That is what they refer to it as. So it was launched. The Creative Factory has partnered with the Ministry of Health and Wellness to launch Fit Stops, which is a new community-based focus initiative designed to increase access to fitness and wellness resources across Jamaica. This is what Jamaica Moves was set out to achieve. This is what Market Me set out to achieve. But this is what we realize with the government today. They continue to recycle things. We see it with the Ministry of Public Works, where the Spark program became the REACH program, and then the REACH program moved on to the GO program, and then the GO program recycled into the One Road Authority. All of them have to do with road, So here we have the same kind of playbook they're repeating, this time over at the Ministry of Health. And so, Jamaica, it seems as though, yes, it seems as though Market Me has collapsed. And so they came up now with a new entity and call it Fit Stops. But I want to ask myself the question and the listeners. Who is the director and the founder of this new entity called Fit Stop? Huh? Jamaica Moves and Market Me. Has Market Me collapsed because of the embarrassment that was meted out to them thanks to the Integrity Commission? I don't know, I'm only asking. Who owns majority shares in this new company called Fitstops? I think that this should be public knowledge. When you're spending taxpayers' money and you formulate a new company and you come to the public, I think everything should be there in place online where persons can look up what is Fitstop, what is it all about, and we can see who is the founder, who is the director, who is chair. We need this information available. Whenever you're spending public money, these information should be readily available. And I wonder who owns majority shares in this new company. We need some transparency, because I believe that this is Market Me 2.0 playing over all over again. I don't know. I don't know. Could it be that the member for West Rural St. Andrew, Juliet Cuthbert-Flynn, remember, she is very athletic. She was once in the Ministry of Health. I don't know what happened, why she and Christopher Tufton couldn't get along, but Tufton kicked her out of the Ministry of Health and she done a national security. Now, we don't know who is behind, and this is the problem that the Labour Party often creates. They allow persons to speculate, and when you speculate and ask them the question and it blew up out of proportion now, then blame PNP and blame this and blame that. All this could have been avoided. And now me I go start calling name, you know. All if me wrong, me I go start calling name and ask. I wonder if Juliet Cuthbert-Flynn is the owner and the founder of Fitstops. Because there is nothing out there, so we have to call name and ask questions. So until them query these things and set them house in order, then we can know what is happening. So we need to know whether or not this is Market Me reincarnation coming back all around, so that Christopher Tufton can continue to award $1 million contract to individual within his family and close individuals in the Jamaica Labour Party. We need to know. We need to have transparency in this country. It's not a good look. It is not a good look. And so we are asking the State Minister, Crystal Lee, to come out and explain what is happening here. Yes, we need to know what has become of Market Me. Did they dissolve Market Me? Is it any more around? We don't know. But it seems as though because of the embarrassment that was caused and the corruption that was unfolded, and the conflict of interest, they had to put an end to Christopher Tufton's girlfriend, Market Me entity. Well, here we have Fitstops. That is what it is called. And we need some answers. Who has the majority shares in this company? Is it Juliet Cuthbert-Flynn? I don't know. But we are asking. And until the information is made available, we will continue to ask the questions. Right, Jamaica? Yes, man. We have to discover and expose what is happening in the country so that Jamaicans can be aware. Because the Labour Party takes pride in keeping the people dunce in this country. So when we see conflict of interest, the awarding of contracts to them friends and family, it is a breach. It is a breach and it is wrong. And so we are calling them out on it, Jamaica. But we know it is the hallmark of the Labour Party to keep people dunce. So when they see these things, it's like nothing. But we say no to that, Jamaica. And we will continue to expose and bring individuals to the books. And speaking of keeping the nation dunce, the member for Southwest St. Anne, the member of Parliament for Southwest St. Anne, the Honourable Xavier Main, who is the State Minister within the Ministry of Finance. I don't even know why the hell you coming out. This man has been the representative for the constituency of Southwest St. Anne for 3 terms. 15 years. And we are yet to see this man stood up in the Honourable House of Representatives and give an account for what is happening in Southwest St. Anne. Good morning, Southwest St. Anne. Good morning to the people of K Valley. Good morning to the people in Burbridge. Good morning to those around the Gibraltar Division. Calderwood people and Alexandria people no stand up. Let me ask you something, the people in Southwest St. Anne. You have running water? Eh? Uno still a build the tank them pan top on house top as air tank? I don't know, I'm asking. Uno have water run through, make a sip me ginger tea before it cold. Well on the people. Aye.
That is funny, honey. That's funny.
The ginger tea nice to see people. I don't know when the ginger tea busting off in my head, me just attack up the things them.
Dead.
Now, Cookie, come here, my friend. I need to know what has Xavier mean done for the people of Southwest St. Anne. Separate and apart from the people capture land them where take place around a Russia and around a Armadale and wherever the people them from nowhere are left are coming to Southwest. This is what Labour Party does best, you know. Create garrisons and allow the people informal settlement to take place and then create some stronghold in the country. Xavier mean, I want to ask you this morning, what development have you brought to the people of Southwest St. Anne? Now, me want to ask the Member of Parliament. You are the State Minister in the Finance Ministry. What development have you brought to Southwest St. Anne for the 15 years you have been in Southwest St. Anne? There is the Abutnot Gallimore High School. You don't know how that high school was built. You have the Charlton Primary School, you don't know how it was built. You have the Alexandria Community Hospital, you don't know how it was built. The post office, the infant school, the 4 Chinese supermarket were in the town. You don't know how none of those development came to Southwest St. And I am asking you this morning, respectfully, what development have you brought to Southwest St. Anne? I want to ask, are you aware, Jamaica, that Southwest St. Anne are one of the many constituencies that is a stronghold for the Labour Party? And in 2026, persons are still bathing in bath pans and drums. People are still carrying water because there's no running water in Southwest St. Anne. This is a stronghold for the Jamaica Labour Party. You mean to tell me that the State Minister and the Ministry of Health, one of the top ministries he is presiding over, and the development is lacking? I want anybody to tell me that they leave high school with them CXCs and you can say, thank God, the minister or the MP brought development to Southwest St. Anne so they can survive and get a job. Are you aware that majority of persons in Southwest St. Anne's Xavier main constituency have to leave Southwest St. Anne to get a job? Ask anybody on the North Coast, Ochi, Trelawney, the various hotel between that elegant corridor for tourism. Majority of those persons working are coming from the hills of Southwest St. Anne. There is absolutely no work, no job, nothing this man has brought to Southwest St. Anne so that persons can remain in Southwest St. Anne and don't have to leave to go pay rent or to go live elsewhere across Jamaica, because there is nothing. Ask anybody, from Southwest St. Anne, what job have this man brought to Southwest St. Anne? Other than Steve Hill and Maris Hill, dirty truck them with the car dirt. Tell me now, you send a picnic to school to go get an education, and that is the job cut out for them when they left school, to go haul dirt, and go dig potato and plant yam and cabbage. I'm asking seriously, what is it that Xavier angry? Let us make the right choice next time, Jamaica. And I can see the ball rolling, and I can see that the people of this country are beginning to wake up and see that they would have made a bad choice September 3rd. But Xavier Main, we don't want to hear from you. Why is it that you are hiding the Finance Minister, Favour Williams? She need to come out and address the public sector workers. The teachers need to hear from Favour. So I don't know why them send out you, Xavier Main, if you come take the fall Yesterday, you come out, come say that the finance ministry alone cannot bear the burden of paying our teachers, and you want to tell me that the country is running proper. I have never heard of this before, where the finance minister is saying that they alone, the finance minister alone, the finance ministry alone cannot able, no more can they allowed to pay our teachers. So all the years PNP in a power, we never hear the finance minister come out one day yet come say, we can't pay with teachers them because no money no did. How them say the country are run good? How no can't find the money to pay the teachers them? The finance minister said the finance ministry broke. We can't afford to pay them the current salary, and we certainly cannot afford to raise them pay. So I want to ask the Labour Party who pay on in the Labour Party. How is it that every single month they find full no money for pay uno, but a month time uno can't find the nation's teachers money to pay them? Who is paying the government? How is it that me not hear no politician come out and no MP come out and say they no get their money a month time? Uno make sure pay for yourself first and make it possible, you know. And the nation's institution, such as our teachers, our police officers, they cannot get their raise a pay. And now we have the audacity to come tell we say the Ministry of Finance can no longer afford to pay the nation's teachers on their own. So who are pay uno politicians? Uno make sure take for no salary, you know. And now go come tell we so no can pay the nation's teachers. You have a right if you couldn't come out and tell we yourself. If you have also you send this I don't know what you call Xavier. No, I know how woman lead down with Xavier. The man ugly. How woman lead down? How woman open up them crutches to them your mania? I don't understand, you know. I don't understand how woman really lead down and open up their leg and make man lead down. I don't understand how women open up them crutches to them here. Them have a right to say ugly. Look, you know, Xavier have a right to come out, you know, because if Favor did ever come tell the nation this, I done it done, you know. So them say no, Xavier now if he can take the fall for this mess. Classic labor rights strategy. You go on until you strategize on yourself out of power, and the day will come. Jamaica people are going to take a break, and when I come back, we heading over Southwest St. Elizabeth and hear what the people in down a parity have to say about Andrew Holness and the Nara.
Negotiation and the findings contained in the preliminary report submitted by the Jamaica Public Service Company Limited on the All Island power outage that occurred on June 5th, 2026. Madam Speaker, the government has reviewed the current JPS license and identified significant shortcomings, including high electricity costs, inadequate provisions for system resilience, high losses passed on to the consumers, slow renewable energy integration, weak efficiency incentives, and limited opportunities for competition. To address these issues, the government has adopted a two-track approach. The first track involves negotiating a new license with JPS that aligns with the national energy objectives and delivers better outcome for the consumers. And the second track prepares alternative ownership arrangements should negotiations not produce a satisfactory result, ensuring continuity of service and protection of the public interests. The government's broader goal is to reform the electricity sector by increasing accountability, improving affordability and resilience, promoting competition, and preventing the re-emergence of an entrenched monopoly. An electricity license negotiating team comprises representatives of my ministry, the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, the Attorney General's Chambers, the Consumer Advisory Committee on Utilities, local energy specialists, and international technical, legal, and financial consultants have been established to assist in guiding the process. Discussions with the JPS are underway, and the necessary legal, policy, and stakeholder consultation processes are progressing. The Green Paper remains on track for the completion in July, with Cabinet submission expected later that month. Madam Speaker, I remind the country that the current license expires in July 2027,
And therefore, the government is very, very cognizant of that and also mindful of the possibility of running the clock, which is something that we are not going to accept. The government remains committed to creating an electricity sector that is more affordable, reliable, resilient, competitive, and responsive to the needs of the Jamaican consumers and businesses while supporting national development and economic growth. Madam Speaker, I commit, as I have done before, to keep the Parliament and the country abreast of the negotiations and, of course, obviously, to make sure that the country is fully apprised as the process continues. Madam Speaker, first and foremost, I acknowledge the significant inconvenience, disruption, and uncertainty experienced by households, businesses, public institutions, and essential services across Jamaica. An outage of the magnitude of that experience on June 5th is downright unacceptable. And I fully understand the frustration felt by Jamaicans who were affected, especially in light of the fact that this has been going on for 20 years. Not to mention the fact that significant losses were obtained and there is nothing in the current act for any compensation for those persons, small and large, who were affected by the activities, or their activities were affected by the All Island power cut. I want to acknowledge the JPS CEO and the technical team who worked tirelessly to restore electricity to communities across the island. Their efforts helped the recovery process and minimize what could have been a far longer period of disruption. And as we know, the history of blackouts could be longer and the misery index soaring. According to the summarized version of the 38-page report, that's the JPS report that I have received, at approximately 9:02 p.m. on June 5th, JPS experienced a total all-island power system outage. The event was initiated within the corporate area during a period of inclement weather accompanied by lightning activity. While the report outlines the sequence of events that led to the system shutdown, I must emphasize that the root cause of the outage has not yet been conclusively determined. Investigations and technical analysis remain ongoing to establish of the national grid. The report also provides details regarding the incident, the operational response undertaken by JPS, the restoration process, and a series of recommendations and follow-up actions aimed at strengthening the resilience and reliability of Jamaica's electricity network. I have reviewed the report and have requested that the investigation continue until all outstanding questions are answered. The Jamaican people deserve a complete understanding of what occurred and the assurance that every reasonable measure is being taken to prevent a reoccurrence. While restoration has been completed, the government and the JPS work is not finished. The government's responsibility extends beyond restoring power. We must determine exactly what happened, why it happened, and what measures are required to prevent a reoccurrence, especially in light of the fact that we have had several of these over the last 20 years. That is a standard I expect from all entities operating within the energy sector and any sectors of my portfolio. Last Friday's island-wide power outage is not an experience that I as minister would ever wish to see repeated during my tenure or any other ministers or government. Quite frankly, as I said before, it is unacceptable in 2026. What concerns me even more is that many of the issues identified in the preliminary report bear similarities to challenges that have been raised before. Jamaicans have a right to ask whether enough has been changed regarding system reliability and resilience, and we simply cannot continue with the same old approach to system failures and expect different outcomes. JPS shutdown history in the years previous are as follows. July 15, 2006, failure of distant relays to operate the Duncan substation following a lightning strike to the Duncan's Bogue 130 kV transmission line. July 3, 2007, due to non-clearance of a fault on lightning arresters for generator number 2 step-up transformer at Old Harbour, where one pole of the 138 kV circuit breaker in the switchyard failed to open properly. January 9, 2008, again due to non-clearance of a fault on the Doheny Tredegar 138 kV transmission line at the Tredegar, and after a wooden transmission support pole fell to the ground. August 5th, 2012, again due to non-clearance of a fault on the Duhaney-Nagas Head 69 kV transmission line at the Duhaney end at pole number 1. And August 27th, 2016, due to non-clearance of a fault at the Port Authority of Jamaica substation 69 kV transmission line. Madam Speaker, the first 3 incidents have been the subject of OUR inquiries, which set out various recommendations to be implemented by JPS. I have made it clear to the JPS that this incident cannot simply become another report on a shelf. The recommendations and the corrective actions arising from this event must be treated with urgency. Jamaica's electricity system must be strengthened to better withstand operational challenges, severe weather events, and any other risks that could threaten grid stability. The Jamaican people deserve a modern, reliable, and resilient electricity network. They deserve confidence that when lessons are identified, they are acted upon. That is a standard that I intend to uphold. Madam Speaker, as stated before, this entire scenario in the year 2026 is completely unacceptable. It seems like to be the same old. Nothing has changed regarding the system failure, all island power outages due to non-clearance. That cannot be an issue that we are grappling with 20 years later, despite a newer grid and advancing in technology over the past 2 decades. As indicated by the JPS, the sequence of trips and system behavior strongly suggests a failure or delayed operation of the primary protection scheme at Hunts Bay on the Rockport line, pending further analysis. This appears to have resulted in a longer fault duration, escalation of disturbance, and a wider system instability. Additionally, the JPS has noted that the environmental conditions, heavy rainfall and lightning, contributed to increased transient faults on the transmission and distribution system in the hours leading up to the event. Following the shutdown, the JPS activated its incident command structure and commenced restoration using a controlled black start and system build-up approach, initially isolating the affected corporate area assets. Restoration proceeded through the establishment of separate electrical islands, notably the Bogue Electrical Island, which provided early supply to Western Jamaica customers, and that was established at 10:01 p.m. And a central electrical island was established at 10:18 p.m., supplying customers in that region. And independent restoration efforts in the corporate and central areas, a secondary system setback occurred at approximately 11:54 p.m. during the delicate generation load balancing, resulting in the loss of the central and corporate area electrical islands, while the Bogue Island remained operational. This event is reflected in the observed dip in load restoration. The restoration process regained momentum following stabilization of generation resources, synchronization of the western and eastern electrical island at approximately 3:14 a.m., which enabled improved
House Leader.
House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I'm asking that you allow the member sufficient time to complete his presentation.
Question is that the Minister be allowed sufficient time to complete statement by Minister. Those in favour? Those against? Ayes have it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Synchronization of the western and eastern electrical islands at approximately 3:14 a.m., which enabled improved system strength and interconnection flexibility. Thereafter, the system experienced accelerated restoration of customers and load, with full restoration of the grid completed by 6:34 a.m. on Saturday, June 6, 2026. While we are grateful that power was restored to customers within a relatively short period, the incident serves as a reminder that Jamaica cannot afford to return to the days when widespread outages and system instability were accepted as a normal part of life. We have made significant progress over the years in improving electricity service. The preliminary findings...
Them say it's a thrill, but speeding can cost up to $20,000 in a fine, or even your life. Observe the speed limits.
If you don't want to get radam.
When widespread outages and system instability were accepted as a normal part of life. We have made significant progress over the years in improving electricity service. The preliminary findings indicated that a grid shutdown was initiated by the loss of multiple transmission lines at a time when there was heavy rain and lightning. Additionally, initial investigations suggest a possible misoperation of the primary production scheme associated with the Hunts Bay Rockport line. It is also noted that the scheme operated correctly multiple times in the adverse weather conditions prior to this event. These factors collectively contributed to the prolonged fault conditions, cascading generator trips, and ultimately system-wide instability and shutdown. Despite the event and our initial investigations, there are no immediate concerns for grid stability following this event and the operational measures taken. JPS has noted that the system integrity and protection will see a continued detailed analysis of relay operations and the SOE data across all affected substations, inspection and repair of all affected transmission assets, including insulators and conductors on the Hunts Bay, Rockport, and Hunts Bay Port Authority lines, comprehensive review and validation of line protection schemes with particular focus on the Hunts Bay Rockport corridor. Removal of the Hunts Bay Rockport 69 kV transmission line from service on June 8, 2026, pending completion of full integrity checks and validation of associated protection systems. Ongoing investigations will determine the root cause of the protection system performance issue. JPS will submit a comprehensive final report to OUR, to the Offices of Utilities Regulation, OUR, in accordance with the Electricity Act 2025. The June 5th island-wide blackout has also reignited important discussions regarding accountability, consumer protection, and a regulatory framework governing Jamaica's electricity sector. I have consistently maintained that where business and Jamaicans have suffered demonstrable losses because of an outage of this magnitude, the issue of compensation must be seriously addressed and considered by the Jamaica Public Service Company. The incident has further strengthened my resolve to pursue a review of both the Electricity Act and the Office of the Utility Regulations Act to ensure that legislative and regulatory framework is fit for purpose, provides stronger protection for consumers, and equips regulators with the tools necessary to promote greater reliability and accountability within the sector with the necessary sanctions. As discussions continue regarding the renewal of the JPS license, this event underscores the importance of ensuring that the future licensing arrangements contain clear performance standards, resilience requirements, customer service obligations, and appropriate mechanisms for accountability when major system failures occur. The events of June 5th must now more than ever inform the way forward as we seek to build a modern, resilient, and consumer-focused electricity sector for Jamaicans and Jamaica. As we enter the start of the Atlantic hurricane season, we are now 10 days in the start of the season. Preparedness must remain a national priority. Last Friday served as a timely reminder of how vulnerable critical infrastructure can be disrupted. The recent island-wide blackout has reinforced the importance of ensuring that all sectors are fully prepared to withstand adverse weather conditions. I also encourage every Jamaican to take personal responsibility for preparedness as we are in the season. Madam Speaker, I must also make it explicitly clear that the $150 million loan provided to the JPS following Hurricane Melissa was ring-fenced for the purpose of restoration. I've seen several instances of misrepresentation of the purpose of the funds, and I must make it abundantly clear that these funds were not for upgrading of the network, but to ensure that the people in Western Jamaica who are suffering did not have to wait until the end of 2027 to get light and water, possibly waiting as much as 1 year plus before being restored. Thanks to the loan, the needed trucks, linesmen, and barges with equipment arrived in the island, and restoration was able to be done almost 1 year ahead of the utility provider's latest estimate. In closing, the events of the past several days have been deeply concerning. On June 5th, Jamaica experienced a total island-wide blackout under adverse weather conditions and resulted in a cascading failure of the national grid. The outage disrupted daily lives. Since then, restoration efforts have returned service to most customers. However, the impact of this event did not end with the restoration of the grid. Many customers have continued to report power interruptions and localized outages, raising further concerns about the stability and resilience of the electricity network. The preliminary report submitted by JPS has outlined the sequence of events, the operational response, the suggested cause of the wider propagation of the system instability, and recommendations for corrective action. What is clear is that this event has exposed weaknesses that cannot be ignored. Jamaica expects and deserves a reliable electricity system, and they expect accountability when failures occur and decisive action to prevent them from happening again. As Minister, I remain committed to ensuring that the lessons from this incident are fully understood, that all the recommendations are rigorously pursued, and that every stakeholder fulfills their responsibility to strengthen the national grid.
Is not right.
The objective is not just to simply recover from this outage, but to emerge from it with stronger, more resilient, and more reliable electricity system for the people of Jamaica, and ensuring that JPS is accountable and that there are no further occurrences. The events of June 5th must serve as a turning point, not another chapter in recurring story of system failures. We owe that to Jamaica and the Jamaican people. I want to assure the nation that this matter continues to receive my full attention. As additional information becomes available, further assessments are completed, the public will be kept informed. I must also advise the public that the ministry will be engaging a world-renowned energy expert to assess reports, JPS findings, and the OUR recommendations. I'm confident that this matter can be resolved once and for all under this government and this minister based on the working relationship that we have developed with the current CEO of JPS and the management, considering the successes we achieved together in the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa. Madam Speaker, between 2006 and 2012, we had 4 occurrences of this nature, compared to 1 in the last decade. Whilst the frequency has decreased, the greater problem must be addressed. The timeline shows this challenge was inherited by the current CEO, given that he has been here at the helm of the utility company for a little under 2 years, but like the approach of the government, he is determined to have it resolved. Madam Speaker, I have publicly expressed my dissatisfaction with the events of June 5th and the following interruptions. I can hardly find better words to say. The Jamaican public and I are sick and tired of the entire scenario over 2 decades. What I can say and assure the Jamaican people is that the matter has my full attention and that my passion will fuel the awesome responsibility and task that comes with this portfolio, and the faith and confidence that the people of Jamaica have placed in this administration will provide the determination to ensure a resolution is found once and for all. Madam Speaker, I was interacting with a few users on WhatsApp, social media, since the outage, and what I can state without fear of contradiction is that when the power went, it affected everyone. It was not political or partial, and what the people of Jamaica expect from this House is a unified approach to getting to the solutions needed to prevent further reoccurrences. I want to thank Jamaica for their patience, understanding, as the government continues to navigate this series of events and eventually to bring to a successful closure. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Hey, who man is this? Oh, man, is this?
Ladies and gentlemen, the man said there is a problem for the last 2 decades. Right? How long has the JLP been in power? In the last 2 decades. 10 years and 4 years out of the last 2 decades. Can't say 15 years because of the third term they start now. So they have been in power for 15 years for the last 2 decades. And the problem has been there and he has been there. So why his government that is so great of a government has not done anything, ladies and gentlemen? Unbelievable. And they put all the blame on JPS. Wow. Let's continue. Let's continue. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe, all right? Mighty God.
Gentrification. This is another relocation for true. They want to take away the people, them lands in St. Me tell you, people down at St. Elizabeth, uno fi be hard years. Do not give up on a land in the name of safety and in the name of this and development. Don't do it. Make them build up round. I don't know if you see one video on social media, YouTube, which part. I don't remember if it is in China or Russia. But the government want to make one highway. And the way in which they want to construct the highway would have to go right through one man property and he have to go relocate and move in little house. The man saying, oh, and great granny give him, in granny come back, come get it, and him come get it, and he want if him pitting them out. So the man have in legacy pan it, But the government want to remove him. And based on the laws, right? It is up to the owner for the land to sell it. But if the owner decides that he's not selling land, there is nothing the government can. You don't know what the government doing in Russia. I don't remember if it is Russia or China. You know what they do? They make one rotted highway and put the man go right around the man and the man house in the middle of the highway. You know, see like when I go around one roundabout, I want see the center of the roundabout have plants. Or I saw the man house in the roundabout middle, and the road, the highway make right around the man. And the man in the middle of the roundabout on the highway, the man not selling land. Yeah? I have a friend down there in Curacao. And when I was living in St. Kitts, and to all those who make it seem like, say, St. Kitts, this and that, me no worry yourself, I soon politics over St. Kitts, I soon go back over there. And I will be going to help my party campaign. Yeah? One Dr. Terence Drew Already, once you see them sound the bell and sound the trumpet over there, the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party, the People's National Party, sister party over there, I shall be going over there to kick up a storm. Yes. So Jamaica, I have a friend down there in Curacao, and it seems so. One man have one prime land, you know. When me say prime land, he have one little zinc shack. When he's selling beer them and he's selling little weed and he's you know, and they want to bring in one brand new chain of hotel. You know, listen, this story good, you know. They want bring in one new chain of hotel. I think a Ritz-Carlton or no man, no Ritz-Carlton. What the hotel which part they in New Kingston across from Emancipation Park name. One new hotel they make up over Mark. What name Marriott. Yes, not telling any lie. The Marriott want to develop a hotel down there in Curacao. But the beachfront property, the little man having a little shack pan it. And you know nobody no gonna want make up their 5-star luxurious hotel and bloops pan the beach, our whole zinc shack sitting. So them try iron, then carry the man got quote to get him off. Anyway, the man was so stubborn. The man saying nah selling land and he nah give it up and no care how much money them a can give him, he nah move. And the hotel have to downsize. So if they did want to make 1,000 room, they have to make 800. Jamaica, the plan went on and the hotel bill and guests start come at the hotel. Have how much bars are something. Jamaica, you know say the tourists that come and stay at the hotel. Every evening, I kid you not, 5 o'clock when everybody I look for see bar swinging at the hotel. I bet you not tell me where the people them go. The tourists them left out of the 5-star hotel and go beside the hotel, which at the man having little zinc shack and a little tattoo and he hides a chilling beer them and music. I post you see people. The amount of people surround the man zinc shack and they play music and having a fun time. Had that tourist left first world country if come see. So I am asking the people down there in St. Elizabeth down at Parati. On might soon land and look away now a beachfront property that it is priceless and you know sell it. Build up on a little tattoo, pan it, on a little zinc shack, on a little bar, and stay upon the land. Don't make the government push on it because the government are going to take it and transform it. And put prime bar and restaurant pan it and have no sabotage them. Yes. Sabotage them. Make on a little zinc shack stay which party they. Tourists love them something there until God help you can build up a firm structure. Do not allow the government to intervene and take one land on a Parati. Because as I said, Jamaica is the same man then come fi run him off of the land and pay him feet. And the man stood in ground and said no. And today the man business is a prominent business today. Right now in the on YouTube, the people them will come to stay at the 5-star hotel. Every evening 5 o'clock, the people them go over across the which are them stay and they are the little shack at the bar. And if the man had given up in prime land, look at where he would be today. So Jamaica, I want you guys to listen to what the residents of Parati have to say when Andrew Holness go down there, go intervene and want them to leave Parati to give them to redevelop. Listen to this by the residents of Parati.
Them carry things and them now. If none of the Parati people them, they gone all about and run up and down. No, we there, so we give thanks to God and we are doing what we have to do. We don't get none from them. We're glad some look food where some people send come here. And we're not leaving here, so because this is our home. Where we are going? We don't want to go. We're there already and we enjoy ourselves. Each one help one another and we help one another. We don't get no help. Right, Kuko? Yes, right. So we give God thanks for that. Yeah, nobody knows here where God save. Nobody have no right over. We have no right. If anybody have anything to say, yeah, come to we make we say. Yeah, after we help we want to get food, eat and drink and put up a place and then forever and give back down. We are in the system for the whole of us. So if we don't see 900 people come out, we speak for everybody because we are here for everybody. We don't have no help from nobody. We get help from who is around here. We live so not tell me what did Andrew Holness talk to you guys? Did Andrew Holness come have a meeting? Prime Minister have the right to say we want to say fine around the world. But you have your right to talk what we want to. We are here living fine, needing help, food and water and ability and strength.
Well, on the people, what the man say a while ago? The man asked him if Andrew Holness come here, come have a. What the man said? The man said Andrew Holness free to say what he wants because of him running world. Well, on the people, me never hear good at all. I never hear good at all.
Them carry things and them. If no preparatory people, them gonna all go down and up and down. No, we there, so we give thanks to God because we are doing what we have to do. We don't get no friend and we're glad some go fool where some people send come here. And we're not leaving here, so because this is our home. Where we are going? We don't want to put it. We're there already and we enjoy ourselves. Each one get one another because we help one another. We don't get no help. Right, Coco? Yes, right. So we give God thanks for that. Yeah, nobody knows here where God see. Nobody have no right over. We have no right. So if anybody have anything to say, yeah, come to him, make we say. Yeah, if we help our water, we get food, eat and drink and put up a place and live forever and give God thanks. We are in the system for the whole of us. So if we don't see 900 people come out, we speak for everybody. And we are here for everybody. We don't have no help from nobody. We get help from who is around here. We live so not tell me. Did Andrew Holness talk to you guys? Did Andrew Holness come have a meeting? Prime Minister have the right to say where he wants to find around the world. But you have your right to talk where we want to. We are here, living fine, needed help, food and water and ability and strength to build up our place, to give God thanks.
Hey, no, sir, who say people that have sense, don't have parity. That's right, parity people. Don't turn up on the waterfront property and don't make Andrew come push you off. But parity people stand to benefit from container home relocation. The people them tell nobody have a problem with getting the container home or put it down on them parity land. I move you want to move off the people in front of a party so you can take it. Remember, you know, a government that, you know, when you look and see they start build all kind of stone, push stone in the water, and what they call it reclamation, land reclamation. And that go on, you know. Any other people them down a party decide so them a go give in to the government and left down a party. The government a go drop some bulldozer, rock stone in the sea and make some barrier so that the wave can't affect them anymore. Look how long the people them down a party and suffer water they come in pan them. What make the government and Flight Green not build one barrier reef down they give them and make the people them continue with them life, No, they want to relocate them, so they can take it over. And I am telling you, once them the people that a party decides that them are going to move, Andrew Holness and whoever responsible with them tugboat and them this and them are going to transfer some big rotted rock stone. You never wonder how the rock stone them over Palisades come about? When you now got airport, you know, past the how much mile a rock stone pile up on the banking for back up the sea from coming in, come wash out the road. And the same thing, them are going to do down a parity. Them are going to drop some big rock stone in the sea and build one barrier reef. So that's no wave can affect parity anymore. At that, Andrew going to do enough if he help the business people, them which are buy out the lot them down there. So why Andrew Holness can spend the money down there? Yeah? So that's the people them down a parity can feel safe and protected. Turn up on the foot down the Rasta man. You talk like a comrade. That is it, brat. Them are going to bring in them crane and then flatbed and then tugboat. Anywhere the big rock stone fi come from, then find it and make barrier reef and protect parity from water coming in. What make them can't do it and make the people them stay upon them property? If you no care and also no choose Jamaica, why you no have to sell out Jamaica fi bring in the investors then fi get the people in prime land? Why is it that the poor people, Jamaican people who have their little beachfront, not because they have no money fi put up one fancy bar or one fancy restaurant, fi so no must use no money and get rid of the people them so no can have if you take it over and capture. Sit down upon no land, parity people. God Almighty, if we make when one next hurricane come, he pass over parity and affect uno. Me not think God so deliberate fi make uno get one of the hurricane twice. Parity people turn up on a foot and don't move. Cause I am telling you, any parity people give in to the government move off of these lands. Andrew Holness is going to put in the investment and he's going to put the barrier reef out in the sea so that the force of the waves don't come ashore as it is doing today. So I am asking the people of parity, I know how the people them hard ears. They know hard ears and they know stubborn. But people have sense and people see what Nara is set out to do. Nobody knows how no can develop down at St. Elizabeth, you know. But the people who were there and lived there for generation, they must become the first priority. You can't want to force people off of their land all because they're desperate and they're vulnerable and they don't have a house. Feel say uno go come back, uno name captain come to help us. So uno feel like say because the people them down and out are vulnerable and they no longer have a house, uno can come now, come give them one container house and sweep them up and take their land. No! I know so it work. Give them container house and make them put it on the seafront if they want. Leave the people them lands alone, Andrew. If you're about the people, you're gonna make the barrier reef from now and protect parity people. Why is it that after parity people them left, you relocate them and then you're gonna start intervene and protect them beachfront? No. The people who are there now down at parity deserve to be protected. So you are telling me, Andrew, only say you won't be protecting the lands at parity unless the people them move so you can get it? Is that basically that he must say, you know? Once them relocate these people from down at parity, you don't think them the beachfront good white sand beach where them a fisherman, you don't think investors are going to come capture it? Huh? Jamaica. This is what NARA sets out to do. But the people must stand firm and united together. Stand together and decide, say, while you welcome the container homes because no house blow down, you not give up on no properties. Make them go to the container home and put it back where no house did there. Make Andrew only spend some of the millions and go make the barrier reef. So that's when hurricane should come again, or no heavy rain, the sea no come up. Go and build the barrier reef and protect the people them of parity instead of moving them from off of them land and come and talk about them not safe. So when they move, you are going to make it safe. Make it safe for who? The investors them. They are going to come build them shops and bars and restaurants. It cannot work. Parity people deserve better. Parity people deserve better. And I don't believe that for parity people to get help, them have to relocate first. No. If you care about the people of parity and you, Mr. Man, I don't know, you see him in the parliament yesterday? Yesterday, when last see Floyd Green, he looked like he's drunk or so. Something is going on with Floyd Green, you know. Floyd are not the half Floyd. Floyd Green is not the half Floyd Green. But, as I said, Jamaica, this is where we're at. And NARA, when it's set to intervene, will overrule the people them. But the people can stand together and they can take the matter to court. If Andrew Holness and the Labour Party wish to help the people of parity, he will start by building a barrier reef out at sea to protect the shoreline from the sea to come in. That is the first thing he needs to do. But don't come tell parity people, say they have to relocate. When you relocate them, what become of them prime property? You sell it out and start build up restaurant and bar. It not go work. Parity people have sense. Big up yourself, Prince. All right, my boss. Parity people have sense. Yeah? And I want to see the Rasta man if he buy him a cool red stripe beer. Can talk up the things. Then what the man say? The man say Andrew Holness free for say why he wants to say because of him run the world. But you know, him run down a parity. No, sir. Jamaica people. Me say the man say Andrew Holness free for say why he wants to because of him run the world. But you know, him run down a parity. I want kill over. Jamaica people. Me say the Labour Party shall know no peace in the third term. You don't believe me? The Labour Party shall know no peace in the third term. In Patchagray. Big up yourself, Patchagray. Jamaica, I want to commend the people of St. Elizabeth, especially them down there in parity, for standing firm. Welcome on development. We welcome whatever they want to build up down at St. Elizabeth. Development is good and development is nice. But I believe that our locals must come first. It's full time now. Government give local people opportunity to expand and get little generational wealth. So when them parents dead and gone, the picnic can have one business. Why is it that a rich people alone must go and create generational wealth and buy out prime land, and when them dead and gone, the wealth stay in their family? Fisherwoman, who no want create little generational wealth. If you don't want to be fishermen and fishermen, make you get the generational wealth by building up a shop, selling fish or no bars. Make you picnic come branch off and get the bar and restaurant. You make you living as fishermen and fisherwomen that you love. Leave a little legacy for no picnic. Don't sell out to no prime land to no government so that they can come make investors take over on the land and develop it in a restaurant and bar and spa and this and that while you live on hillside. Cannot work. If you care about the people, go and go build a barrier reef out in the sea to break the force of the waves. We come in, we are threatening the shoreline. And that me know then. If you not do it out of policy, does the big old rock stone them, or you can go drop the rock stone them down a parity. Pile up in the sea and build one artificial reef out there. Yeah, me no engineer, but me know see that's how it start. Go and go build one barrier reef out there down a Parati. So that's the wave can no longer come ashore. I fool no take Parati people for Parati people are no idiot. Don't give up on the land, Parati. Big up yourself, Pacha Gray. Thank you, sir. Parati people don't give up on the land. And I leave it right there, so. I leave it right there, so. Jamaica. I have about 2 more matters I want to discuss before I wrap up the program. Jamaica people no come here. Only no ear say the Auditor General drop one report in the Parliament. Nobody no hear about the report where the Auditor General drop and reveal about the Minister of Water, Matthew Samuda. Only no hear about it. Me backside don't no come here. Jamaica people, I want to make every single ministry where they audit have corruption in it. Jamaica people, only no ear say the Auditor General flag Matthew Samuda ministry. Me backside don't no come here, you can sit down. Come here, you can sit down a little bit with me people. Jamaica. The Auditor General report come say Matthew Samuda collect how much $1 billion for the budget for run the Ministry of Water. And with all of the projects them which Matthew Samuda allocate the money for, Matthew do the project them, you know. And when Matthew do the project them, and the money left off, say for example, if you lay one pipe from yesterday to this, so cost them $10 million, Matthew lay the pipe, and the pipe cost $6 million, you know. So Matthew no put it on the record, say $4 million left, you know. No record now sure, but receipt down there say 10 million was allocated and 6 million spent. No balance down the deficit show say 4 million left off, you know. Me backside, the Auditor General go down, they go store it up. Yes! The Auditor General flag weaknesses in how the NWC spend on infrastructure. Yes! He dropped a while ago, Jamaica. I know how the blogger them not get it yet. Eh? Auditor General flag the NWC and how it spend billions, how it manage the billions it spends on the country's water infrastructure. A performance audit from Pamela Monroe Ellis found that the commission repeatedly spend less than it budgeted and breached the law on financial reporting. You hear that? Jamaica, me no good on in the report. Me say Matthew Samuda. For me see me say your corruption, and that's why Andrew was hell-bent in getting out Marsha Smith we put you down there. Because through Marsha Smith come from a lineage where corruption is not a part of them philosophy. Only decide to vote and get rid of Marsha Smith in a naughty cent and put in you because you are one of them which know how to creep. Like the Andrew Owen. Jamaica don't realize what they take place in the ministry them. Every single ministry which are they audit corruption down there, you know. Every single ministry mash up under the Jamaica Labour Party.
We need some milk.
And you say it is damaging. Actually, me not go through yet to pick it through. And since me depend the live, me see coming in my email and me browse through the hot topic and the headline. Jamaica, Matthew Samuda found one thing. Matthew Samuda found one thing.
Oh my God, that is funny.
So Matthew Samuda they receive the billions we spend and upgrade the system, and Matthew Wallan pan the money. Matthew keep back the money and not tell nobody. So no financial report not done, you know. And that the Integrity Commission and the Auditor General say, you know, the Auditor General say there has been no financial report. Matthew Samuda not do no financial report. So you tell the finance minister say you want $10 million and this is just an example. A billions in get. Matthew tell the finance minister say him want $10 billion to do the water project here. How the minister give him the $10 billion, you know, and Matthew only spend $6 billion out of it. Where the $4 billion the Matthew? You need to put a check and balance. You say $4 billion remain, and you have put it yes or you have put it back. No farmer financial report was done. However, the bill is there say only $6 billion spent out of the $10 billion. What kind of something this are going in the country? What kind of thing this are going in the country? Matthew Samuda spend less than was budgeted for, and there is no financial report to show the balance of funding. Them are no corruption. Unaccounted for Patuski. $10 billion you get to do the water project and you only spend $6 billion because the record show. One receipt show say the project, yeah? Let's say them do a water project in a Calderwood. The receipt is there, Calderwood project, Calderwood water project, $6 billion. But the finance minister sure say a $10 billion was procured for this project. So where the $4 billion will left off from out of the $10 billion there? Not a financial report Matthew Samuda no do. So the $10 billion, nobody know where it turn. A responsible leader, having unearthed all these findings were made published, a leader would say, come here, Matthew. This is what the report is saying, and I will not be a part of a government where I cannot explain what happened to taxpayers' dollars. So here what my son. Go and go find out what happened to the balance of the money, you know, and let me know so I can put you back in the position. That is what a leader would do, you know. When a minister make a government looks bad, the leader for that government have to really in that minister, you know. Especially if the report look away. The minister must clear up what is happening so that the prime minister can look good and say it was a misunderstanding and the money was recovered and we are sorry for not. But not like that in Jamaica. There has been no financial report which shows me get $10 billion and out of the $10 billion me only spend $6 billion out of it. Right? So me balance $4 billion. So see the $4 billion we left off. You know, there has been no financial report. That is what the Auditor General has been saying, you know. Eh? He league me own. What you say, tie gear, tie head. And listen, Jamaica. This is serious, you know. The Auditor General just sent one report down a Parliament and the table. Remember today Wednesday, you know. Remember Parliament I go keep 2 o'clock, you know. Yes, so they never hear. Yes, Jamaica people are hold Juliet to account. She are missing too often from Parliament as the speaker. So she have to play catch up now. So Parliament no longer only keep Tuesday alone, you know. You have to keep Tuesday and Wednesday now because people are report Andrew and Juliet who only say they're missing too often. So they have to play catch up. So Parliament are keep on Wednesday now. Yes. Well, Jamaica. Madam Lady for North Central St. Catherine will be speaking. And you know, so she is the spokesperson on local government. So all of the filth where the Hobia man and the member for Denham Town come chat Desmond Mackenzie. You know, say Natalie Nita Garvey are gonna make her contribution come 2 o'clock. And a hell and powder house, you know, because it's one thing with Natalie Garvey, she know how to hold this government to account. So we are looking forward to Natalie Nita Garvey's presentation this afternoon in the Honorable House of Representatives. Now back to the argument. Come here, Shorty Poopstick. Come here, Matty Samuda.
Madam Speaker, I rise to make my 19th presentation on these annual sectoral debates.
Member, permission to speak from a seat other than your own?
Oh, Madam Speaker, kindly asking you for your permission to speak from a seat other than my own.
Permission granted.
Thank you. Gratitude to God prevails. Appreciative of the support of family, headed by my husband, Marlon Garvey. You are truly the wind beneath my wings. Blessed by the unconditional love of my daughter Morgan, who celebrates her birthday today. And the remarkable love of a mother who has given 3 decades of service to the United Nations and who has forged in us an appreciation for peoples and cultures across nations, and a deep awareness of the value of democracy. Your 84 years on this world is value to us all. Thanks to my 4 councillors, Denise Murphy-Bramwell, Patricia Harris, Dwight Burke, and Desmond Chambers, for the hard way. To my constituents for their unwavering support over 5 consecutive terms. To the student leaders of Dintil Technical High School, one of the finest institutions in our country. And for the full solidarity of my colleague parliamentarians, headed by the Leader of Opposition, Mr. Mark Jefferson Gold. I associate my colleagues opposite in the same sentence because you've also become part of my family. I want to take this opportunity to extend my condolences to Member Malahoo Fort, who lost her husband recently. I understand grief, and today I pray for God's comfort on her and her family. The work of the members of Parliament is never done, whether through the falling rain or the extensive drought. Consequently, I must say thanks to my personal staff, my security, my team at the office, my constituency team, my colleagues in local government, because I also served almost a decade as a councillor myself. I'm indebted to all of you, and please know that I appreciate the work of local water systems, every individual. From solid waste management to road repair. I'm indebted to all of you, and please know that I appreciate the work of every individual. From solid waste management to road repairs, local water systems, markets, building permits, municipal infrastructure to community participation, our local government is at the heart of everyday life. Its proper place is the backbone, not the background of Jamaican life. Madam Speaker, we have been at reform process for over a quarter of a century, and time come to deliver real results to the people. There are moments in life, the life of a nation, when reform is no longer optional, when adjustment is no longer adequate, and when reimagination itself becomes a duty. This is such a moment. Today I rise not merely to speak about local government administration. I rise to speak about national renewal and to urge a fast tracking of its incomplete agenda of reform. For too long in Jamaica, we have misunderstood local government. We have treated it as an afterthought, an appendage to central government, a reluctant administrative cousin summoned occasionally to clean drains, patch roads, trim verges, and bury our dead. We have mistaken local government for local housekeeping. Yet, in the great democracies of the world, local government is something far greater. It is government closest to the citizens. It is democracy made visible. It is service delivery made immediate. It is development made personal. And perhaps most importantly, it is where ordinary citizens that encounter the competence, compassion, or failure of a state. When a market is unsafe, when garbage is not collected, when flood mitigation fails, when roads collapse, when permits disappear into bureaucratic limbo, when public spaces decay, citizens do not experience abstract policy failure. They experience government failure. Madam Speaker, Jamaica stands at an uncomfortable crossroads. Over 30 years, the reforms of the early 90s inspired hope. We were promised a transformed local government system, a modern architecture of democratic participation, greater autonomy, better services, stronger accountability, institutions responsive to communities rather than distant ministries. It was, in many respects, a noble ambition. But patriotism requires honesty. The dream of 1992 has not lived up to expectations. The truth must be spoken plainly in this honourable House. Our municipalities remain financially weak. Our local authorities remain administratively constrained. Decision-making remains excessively centralized. Citizen confidence remains fragile. Innovation remains sporadic. And in too many communities, local governments survive not as a strategic engine of development, but as an exhausted mechanism of maintenance which is not up to scratch. We cannot reform what we refuse to diagnose. And diagnosis begins with candor. Too often governments have spoken proudly of decentralization when we know we are practicing the very opposite. We are holding authority. Too often local government has been praised ceremonially while neglected institutionally. Madam Speaker, one could be forgiven for concluding that in Jamaica we support local government in the same way some people like me support exercise. Passionate in theory, inconsistent in practice.
That is funny, honey.
A few murmurs of agreement and a burst of enthusiasm in a January New Year resolution. Then a rapid return to the old habits as the year progresses. That is the reality. A nation aspiring to first world standards cannot sustain third world systems of local administration. We speak proudly about becoming the place of choice to live, work, raise families, and do business. But greatness is not built exclusively in ministries in Kingston.
No, sir.
Greatness is built in communities, in parishes, built where the people live. And therefore, local government is not peripheral to development. It is development.
It is.
Madam Speaker, if Jamaica is to compete in the 21st century, we must stop governing communities as if efficiency, responsiveness, transparency, and innovation are luxuries.
Yeah.
They are necessities. When one studies the most successful jurisdiction in the world, we encounter a consistent lesson. Whether in Singapore, in Denmark, in Canada, or highly effective municipal systems in parts of the United Kingdom, local government is treated as not as democratic bureaucracy.
Exactly.
It is empowered. It is resourced properly. It is professionalized. It is digitized. It is measured, and it is trusted. Citizens in those jurisdictions do not want to wait months to know whether a permit is approved. They do not want to go from office to office seeking signatures like pilgrims in search of revelation. They do not want to endure endless procedural uncertainty while systems apologize for inefficiency and call it patience. Madam Speaker, the Jamaican people deserve better. And the truth is, they are ready for better. The local government system cannot be a timid improvement upon yesterday. It must be transformational. So what then is the vision? It is a Jamaica where local government is competent, accountable, technologically advanced, financially empowered, and genuinely democratic. A Jamaica where municipal offices become centers of problem solving rather than monuments to bureaucracy. It must create a Jamaica where communities shape priorities instead of merely reacting to neglect. A Jamaica where local authorities are judged not by excuses, but by outcomes. A Jamaica where every citizen, whether in the urban centers of Spanish Town or the rural districts of Sligoville, experience governance that is visible, efficient, and dignified. We seek a second generation of local government reform. The unfinished promise of 1992 must now become the realized ambition of the 2030s. The vision is not partisan, because, Madam Speaker, garbage does not ask who you vote for. Street lights, if you can't get any, don't ask which side of the fence you're upon. Flood waters do not pause for political affiliation. And broken roads inconvenience every ideology. Competent local governance benefits everyone. Madam Speaker, there have been improvements. Minister, there have been some improvements, but not enough. Governance cannot be measured solely by announcements, ceremonies, and ribbon cuttings.
No, sir.
Competence is measurable. Performance is measurable. And delivery of services is measurable. Let us look at solid waste management and the creation of the National Solid Waste Management Authority. The dream was for better standards and more efficient management. That is fading fast. The objective of the Act is not even being observed.
No, sir.
Because the NSWA is yet to be structured according to the Act and is not functioning as a regulatory body. The government maintains it as an operating entity and has invested in more trucks yet the system gets worse. Irregular garbage collection is now the #1 complaint of every citizen in every parish, whether in urban centers or rural communities. There are some communities which have never seen a garbage truck, ever. So what do we expect? The inadequate field is improperly maintained, and every audit raises fundamental management questions. It seems a personality cult, no rules, and people's jobs are terminated on spurious grounds, such as one single person losing confidence in professional staff, without explanation to the public. This is done at great expense to the taxpayer, totaling tens of millions of dollars. Solid waste services must improve because it's not cheap. The cost of solid waste management services in 26-27 estimates of expenditure is $8.5 billion, down from $9.7 billion over last year. In 2 years, it will cost taxpayers over $18 billion for garbage collection and disposal. And yet, the people are complaining about the delivery of service and the risk of disease outbreak. We only have mini dumps, Madam Speaker, because people are not getting garbage collection on time. They can't have the garbage at home, so they have to find a way to dispose of it. We don't want them to burn it either, because we must protect our environment. Madam Speaker, the people are also asking, why does local government continue to depend disproportionately on ministerial permission? This was a key issue in the reform, hence the establishment of the Parochial Revenue Fund and the passage of the 3 acts in Parliament. These are not opposition questions. These are Jamaican questions. And therefore, Madam Speaker, we must revisit the 1992 dream, now threatening to become a nightmare. The 3 critical laws passed in 2016 as a framework of the new governance arrangements cannot even benefit the system because no regulations have been brought to this honourable House. This government has no excuses. You have been here for 10 years. The government came last week and you promised a new Building Act, while we still await the regulations of 10 years ago. What about other agreed reforms, including directly elected executive mayors? Financial reform and genuine municipal empowerment? What about accountability and measurable performance? Local government in Jamaica cannot continue to operate as if modernity is a visitor rather than a permanent resident. Excellence requires courage. Courage to confront failure. Courage to abandon complacency. And the courage to modernize and to reimagine. Central government must cease treating municipal corporations as institutions permanently awaiting permission to function. We must instead build a modern fiscal program for MCs to get on with the business of running their municipalities and implementing basic tasks such as drain cleaning without waiting for a handout of municipal permission. Minister, the $300,000 you announced to give councillors is an insult to them, Minister. And you were a mayor, good mayor. I mean, you know, say, we need more money in local government. We need to stop giving councillors baskets to carry water. Madam Speaker, municipalities have been experiencing ad hoc delivery of parochial revenue funds or permission to use their SGRs, even after documentation is completed. This has resulted in many parishes not being able to carry out their program of work. And we saw it as they hurriedly tried to clean drains when Melissa was already here. Madam Speaker, our local financing architecture remains too narrow. Municipal corporations depend excessively on constrained revenue channels while operating within expanding expectations. This is unsustainable. We must modernize revenue administration through technology, compliance reform, and diversified local income mechanisms. Property tax Administration must become smarter, more transparent, and more efficient. Citizens deserve fairness, but fairness includes compliance. We cannot sustain public expectations while tolerating chronic leakage. Technology can help dramatically. Digital property databases, GIS mapping systems, integrated billing platforms, real-time compliance tracking, automated payment systems, and predictive revenue planning. Madam Speaker, municipalities should benefit more meaningfully from economic growth occurring within their jurisdictions. Too often communities host economic activity while local institutions remain fiscally constrained. A modern local government model should permit structured revenue sharing arrangements linked to measurable outcomes.
Banana Bula. In stores today.
Local institutions remain fiscally constrained. A modern local government model should permit structured revenue sharing arrangements linked to measurable outcomes. Measurable outcomes like growth in tourism, commercial expansion, industrial activity.
Member, take a seat. The Speaker, while listening to the member, is resolving an issue as it relates to sectoral debates. Because we are out of time. We are out of time. Member, continue.
So I'm back to the second point. Municipalities should benefit more. Madam Speaker, on point number 2, municipalities should benefit more meaningfully from economic growth occurring within their jurisdictions. Too often, communities host economic activity while local institutions remain fiscally constrained. A modern local government model should permit structured revenue sharing arrangements linked to measurable outcomes, to the growth in tourism, the commercial expansion, the industrial activity, real estate development, special economic zones, and major transport infrastructure. Local government should have stronger developmental incentives. When communities thrive economically, municipalities should gain institutional capacity to reinvest. Number 3, performance must matter, resources matter, and the outcomes matter as well. Municipal corporations that demonstrate measurable improvements in governance indicators should receive performance-linked incentives. These measurements could include faster permit turnaround, improved sanitation metrics, infrastructure maintenance targets, budget transparency, procurement efficiency, and citizen participation. Reward effectiveness and efficiency. For far too long in Jamaica, public systems sometimes appear to reward endurance rather than their excellence. We must change that culture, Madam Speaker. A high-performing municipality should not be treated identically to a chronic underperforming one because incentives shape behavior. They do. Number 4, municipal empowerment does not mean financial recklessness. No one is advocating for uncontrolled borrowing or municipal debt crisis. But responsible nations allow competent municipalities structured pathways to finance transformational infrastructure. Their markets, the transportation hubs, the waste management facilities, the green public spaces, the public parking systems, properly governed municipal financing frameworks, infrastructure partnerships, and other development financing mechanisms deserve serious examination. Otherwise, what is the purpose of this reform? Madam Speaker, one of the most number 5, corrosive features of under-empowered local government is institutional dependency. The psychology of dependency has become embedded, and dependency weakens innovation. Local government cannot exist merely to request assistance. It must solve problems, lead, innovate, and deliver. Mayors and municipalities should be constantly asking, how do we improve outcomes, not how do we secure the minister's permission. Madam Speaker, this issue is larger than any particular administration. Yes. It concerns integrity, dignity, institutional dignity, and community dignity. When local government fails, community sees it as neglect. Mediocrity becomes tolerated and hope is extinguished. Number 6, Madam Speaker, local government cannot merely maintain roads and collect garbage. Cannot just maintain markets and cemeteries. The future of municipal leadership is rooted in economic development of our parishes to support rural and urban life. Parish development committees need to be restructured and given new mandates. Unfortunately, this is not an area which this present administration takes seriously. The minister hardly ever gives any support. None at all, very little, to parish economic development committees, both in policy and in practice. Their new mandate should include driving investment, coordinating business facilitation, supporting entrepreneurship, promoting local cultural industries, marketing parish competitiveness, and helping to fast-track parish projects. Madam Speaker, Jamaica is not short on intelligence. We're not short on talent. But one of the great things about Jamaica is that each parish has its own unique economic potential. The challenge is converting those advantages into real benefits to improve the lives of our people, especially in rural communities. We should be talking about which parishes attracts the fastest business approvals, which expands youth employment, which vitalizes urban centers, which delivers cleaner public spaces. Jamaica desperately needs higher standards. We need to get local government out of the practice of arriving at the dinner table after the meal has been eaten. In Jamaica, if Jamaica is serious about a Millennium Development Goal achievement, especially becoming the place of choice to live, then the municipal capacity must be transformed and funded accordingly. Money alone can't modernize it. Which is why our next reform pillar concerns something transformational: the digitization of local government and the creation of smart, citizen-centered municipal services. If local government in Jamaica is to become world-class, it cannot merely think differently, it must operate differently. The 21st century citizen increasingly encounters a 20th century bureaucracy. That contradiction frustrates progress. We live in an age when Jamaicans can transfer funds instantly, speak face-to-face across continents, access information in seconds, and conduct sophisticated commercial transactions from mobile devices. Yet too often, a citizen seeking municipal approval encounters uncertainty, paper dependency, fragmented communication, or administrative silence. Madam Speaker, bureaucracy should not feel like archaeology. No. Citizens should not have to excavate information.
Emotional damage.
From office, communication, or administrative silence. Madam Speaker, bureaucracy should not feel like archaeology. No. Citizens should not have to excavate information. They should not have to wander from office to office searching for updates as though governance is a scavenger hunt. Modern government must become visible, trackable, transparent, and responsive. This requires nothing less than a national program of municipal digitization. Madam Speaker, I therefore propose the creation of a Smart Jamaica, Smart Municipal Jamaica initiative. Not an acronym, simply a design to transform every municipal corporation into a digitally capable, citizen-centered institution. It means citizens should be able to apply for permits, licenses, and municipal approvals online. Yes. 2026 after all. They should be able to track applications in real time, receive predictable timelines, escalate unresolved delays, pay fees digitally, access service requests through unified platforms, receive updates automatically, rate service me say that one again. Rate service experiences. Monitor infrastructure projects. Participate in consultation. And to access municipal information transparently. Madam Speaker, it's not a dream. Systems exist, and we can no longer delay this modernization through the application of digital technology. Madam Speaker, Jamaica must create a unified digital ecosystem connecting municipal corporations across Jamaica. A common platform, integrated standards, shared technology, interoperable systems, one citizen portal, one municipal identity framework, one national standard of responsiveness. Digitization must move beyond paperwork. It must be support resilience. It must know when gullies are blocked, which shelters are not working or resourced, which communities face elevated flood risk, where illegal dumping is occurred. Madam Speaker, technology should help save money, but most importantly, it should help save communities. Madam Speaker, the issue of community engagement and citizen participation in governance is one of the great concerns. Some ministries and agencies do consult, but it is not a part of our governance culture. Perhaps it is because the SDC really isn't doing what the SDC was mandated to do. It was created with an ambitious mandate to reorganize communities, to build local leadership, strengthen civil participation, and to act as a bridge between citizen and the state. In principle, it should be one of Jamaica's most important institutions to facilitate grassroots democracy and community development. Instead, it has become an organization which needs a facelift and to be reimagined. Madam Speaker, I see the time, and I heard your threats, and so I am going to conclude. I am going to conclude because I'm a disciplined member of Parliament. Madam Speaker, the task before us is not merely how we repair and reform our government. The question is, what kind of Jamaica do we wish to build? Do we accept a system in which citizens are too often spectators, consulted only at election time, and then left to navigate failing systems and failing services, inadequate local planning, neglected communities, and decisions made far from the people they affect? Or do we choose a Jamaica where governance is brought closer to the people, where communities have a voice, local institutions have strength, and democracy is lived every day, not every 5 years. The proposal...
Hold on. You're not on mic, member. So you still like how you tell me you're a disciplined member of Parliament? Anyways, no, it's okay. I'm going to give you the time to wrap up. Anyways, I'm giving you the time to wrap up, member. But you see, because you announced how you're a disciplined member of Parliament, it looks like you don't want any time extra at all. All right, go ahead, member.
The proposals advanced here today, Madam Speaker, are not abstract theories. They are practical, achievable, and rooted in a simple democratic principle. The people of Jamaica deserve a government that listens, responds, and delivers, beginning where life is lived. In our communities, in our districts, in our towns. Far too long, local government has been treated as the forgotten arm of governance, expected to do more with less, burdened with responsibilities but denied sufficient authority, expected to expedite and inspire confidence while starved of modern systems, resources, and public trust. Yet across the world, the strongest democracies teach us a powerful lessons. Nations thrive when local government thrives. Prosperous countries are built not only from strong central governments, but from capable local institutions that solve problems quickly, involve citizens meaningfully, and create a culture of shared responsibility. Imagine a Jamaica where every citizen can digitally engage with their municipal corporation.
All right, member.
Track projects in real time.
Member, your extra
and
minute and a half is finished,
in
so wrap
budgeting. Imagine the local authorities, neighborhood councils, youth advisory structures, citizens' assemblies, and transparent decision-making processes. Jamaicans have never lacked talent. And so today, we are saying to you, the dream of local government reform envisioned decades ago remains unfinished business. But unfinished business is not necessarily failed business unless we abandon the courage to complete it. So let this Parliament resolve that the next chapter of Jamaica's democratic journey will not be one of over-centralization, delay and exclusion, but one of participation, accountability, innovation and local pride. Let us build communities where citizens are not petitioners to power, but partners in government. Let us create municipal institutions power, but one of participation, accountability, innovation, and local pride. Let us build communities where citizens are not petitioners to power, but partners in government. Let us create municipal institutions worthy of public confidence.
All right. You can't say I'm unreasonable. All right, member Nito, that's it. You know how long I've been giving you the last paragraph?
Let us finally bring governance closer to the governed. When citizens participate, democracy deepens. When communities are empowered, nations prosper. And when local government works, Jamaica works. God bless Jamaica. God bless the...
I think I made my point. I think I made my point. When the PMP is celebrating and making noise around their mic, she turn off the mic immediately. I'm going to give her credit for the time, but I was watching this part of it. Anytime the PMP is celebrating, ladies and gentlemen, the speaker that just spoke, she mute the mic immediately. Go back and listen to when Delroy Chuck finish his speech. Oh, you see them, you understand? Them just Lego themselves. But this is what they do. This is what she does. But credit to the speaker for giving her the extra time. Hey, Britannia, what go on? Good evening. Big up yourself. Big up yourself. Go on good my side. May I continue to big her up when she do good and when she...
Yeah, Madam Speaker, we all listened very intently to the Minister, not only in the Parliament, but also on social media in response to this very, very challenging incident. And we couldn't disagree, and we're not disagreeing with the Minister, that this is an unacceptable situation. However, what the opposition wants is to ensure that this series of incident, outrage, and then this reoccur in one form or the other ceases. Because in 2026, with technology as it is, with the media looking on, with Jamaica's status in the global economy, this incident is a big incident to lots of people around the world, and that will only grow the reputational damage. So, Minister, one of the things we want to ensure is that, and I listened to you very carefully, and it is, I heard you say that the focus is not only on negotiating the license, but that you also are looking at alternative ownership arrangements, broader reforms, and that the recommendations for corrective measures are implemented. This is as it must be, Minister, because the matter of how we respond and what on the timely basis on which we respond, considering that we now are into the hurricane season, is a matter of some moment, because we are in the negotiation, and the truth is we are concerned that because, and you refer to the running down, that, and you're acutely aware that in this running down process, that the ability or the incentive or the impetus of JPS to respond to these issues are very, very low. We don't have the leverage and JPS that we would ordinarily have and should have. And that's the reality. So, Minister, I don't know. I think it would be a credit to your negotiating powers, you and your team, to have them act now, not after the license has been agreed and signed, because we cannot wait until 2027 or beyond to fix these issues. So the issues we want to have looked at, Mr. Speaker, are the issues of systems losses. This has been a perennial issue from the time I was minister way back in 2001. It has been a systemic, structural issue. Contract transparency. Now, Minister, I have said in this House previously that the issue of the LNG contract, the take-or-pay contract, is of some urgency and some concern, because that and the matter of the pass-through of electricity goes straight to the consumers. And therefore, JPS does not have the kind of incentive that it should have to address the issues of electricity cost, because those are straight pass-through to the consumers. We bear the risk and the burden of that. And yet, we have been unable, as a parliament, as a committee in parliament, and I'm not even sure that the cabinet itself have seen this contract. I'm not even sure. And you have confirmed my suspicion that the cabinet has not seen it. Now, how can that be, Minister, when, as I said, this is a straight pass-through to the consumers? So that it is in the consumer's interest and benefit that we know the terms of these contracts on whatever basis. We don't have to publicize it across the world, but we have systems and mechanisms in the courts and in the parliament and in the cabinet that can review these contracts on a confidential basis so that we are aware of what is happening. So this contract transparency issue is a big issue. It's a very big issue. And Minister, if you were to conclude the negotiation and this thing remains as is, we'd consider it not an improvement. The other issue is sector governance. Really have to look at that issue. I fail to understand that the OUR, you mentioned the point that Mr. Grant and yourself and others come in at different stage after the 2006 first incident. But
Member, how much additional time do you need? How much additional time do you need?
Minister, another 5 minutes? Yeah, another 5 minutes.
That's double the time, but let me give you the leeway.
It's a very important issue.
Could you reset the clock? House, the question is that the member be allowed 5 minutes to complete. Those in favour? The ayes have it. Those against, the ayes have it.
Thank you. The issue of the governance structure needs to change. We need to see an improved governance structure. And that will not focus primarily on the negotiation for the license is important. But the question then arises, as I've said, when will these other reform measures be undertaken? Yeah? So we'll be looking to see closely whether the negotiation can result in some immediate responses, because we recall that in the aftermath of Melissa, you, again because of the situation with the licenses and the uncertainty, you had to upfront $150 million US. I don't know that you have any similar amount to incentivize JPS to undertake these urgent reforms, because the issue of the KV lines being affected by rain. We are an island, we have rain every day, almost. And it means that if we don't make the fixes, we're going to have recurring incidents. And we are agreed, Minister, that this thing cannot be recurring. The reputational damage to the country is significant. So, Minister, you have a bit of work to do in convincing the JPS that without a license, it has an incentive to enter under reference and to begin the reform efforts now, and not to wait till 2027. Minister, I just want to say that you mentioned that the losses.
I made it my goal to stay strong and keep my muscle strength.
You mentioned that the losses, and I've heard you in the outrage that you intend to ask JPS to compensate. Now, in the same breath, you made the observation that the agreement does not have any provision. Now, how do you propose to do that? To convince them again on the basis of no incentive, no license, and the uncertainty about the agreement that they will now be paying out potentially substantial losses, not only to businesses, but to consumers. So that much, I think you may want to give us some indication about that. Minister, I just want to ensure that the Joint Select Committee, which met on this issue for over a year, and a report was actually concluded, that was never tabled in this House. But the recommendations in that report were, to my mind, and I believe you share the view, sufficiently significant that we will be looking to see what of those measures and those recommendations will be incorporated into the license. Because I think those recommendations will make a substantial improvement over the existing licensing arrangement, which is what we all need and we all are urging. So, Minister, they have some work to do, and we look forward to not only the preliminary report, the final report, and to see what recommendations are there, and to insist that we begin that process of negotiation or reform to ensure that this not occur in this hurricane season. All right? Thank you, Minister.
Very good questions, very good suggestions. I don't have a lot to say. The PMP is firm, and I stand with them on everything them actually dropped there. So, indeed. Like, share, and subscribe, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm happy at the response from opposition colleague in relation to my issues, which include quasi private sector have to be done in parallel.
I ask me again, I'm going to do my work.
The report in front of me when I read, yeah? It tell me say the Auditor General flag weakness in how your ministry spend per infrastructure. Yeah? It said that there was a performance audit from Pamela Monroe Ellis finds that the Water Commission repeatedly spend less. That means you know one keywords Jamaica repeatedly. That means you know one or no two time Matthew Samuda they spend less. Collect taxpayer money enough he spend on the project, and instead Matthew spend on the project. Matthew sabotage the Lord God Almighty help the labor rights them in the third term. Yeah. Instead of Matthew Samuda spend the money that was allocated. The report say he has repeatedly spent less. And I know Judge Davis, what become a Judge Davis or NNN this month, they find back the YouTube channel. Anybody can confirm or they still up on the backup. They still up on Cliff Hughes balcony a report this morning. I don't hear not a soul I say they find NNN channel. Remember then take a nationwide channel, YouTube channel gone, you know. The end of the propaganda come to an halt. They find back the YouTube channel, Sexy Princess. Mighty God, me no know you nobody say they find it back. Unknown for now, say no, they make a new come in one backup channel in the pan yesterday with 200 people. 200 people over there, the Kuya over here, so with 350, and big nationwide that struggle with 200 people. Only as say they lose viewership. Me know you're not a soul say nationwide find back the YouTube channel. So you know say Judge Davis wing clip, you know, him soon gone, you know, because you know have the 20,000 people over there now. If you listen to the propaganda. God Almighty, you know, see your Jesus Christ of Nazareth fight the battles of the PNP. You know, say, man, goal enough, he come out, we just left them to God and time. And ask if God now fix them, you know, God's mouthpiece. Mouthpiece a laugh. You know, watch and see what take place. God have a hand on the PNP. And we just sit down and watch God Almighty a work. God just a work in the country, so. Against the Labour Party. Me say from September 3rd, not a break. Disaster and destruction after destruction. Come turn up yourself, Matthew. Because we are going to wrap up the program with Matthew Samuda.
That's funny, honey.
What make you hold on pan the money? Imagine you come and you pressure the finance minister and you take her for Kuno Munu and tell her say your project go cost X, and you know damn well say the project no cost X, you know. And you tell the woman say you want $10 billion to do the water project. And you know say the project cost $6 billion. It's a good thing say the permanent secretary down at the water commission and at the water ministry do little checks and balance and say yes we get $10 billion for you towards the water project here. But after you do the water project, Matthew Samuda, it's only the value was $6 billion. So how you tell the finance minister say you want $10 billion towards the water project? All right, you spend $6 billion out of the $10 billion. That is wonderful of a minister. Yeah, I believe say if me get $10 billion for do a work, I me do the work and the work spend $6 billion do the work. Then me's a wonderful minister because me know if he cut back and set back. But the problem come in now. The problem come in now when the balance of the money me cannot give an account for it. No, when they audit me, you know, me supposed to can prove because I am a man of integrity and I would assume that this one on the screen has integrity. So the right thing to do if me collect $10 billion, me spend $6 billion out of it. Me must can give an account for the balance of the money unspent. No financial reporting was done towards numerous projects, which means after you tell the minister so no want X amount of money to do the project, you do the project and the balance sheet shows that the project no cost one no ask for where the people in tax money there. Hey Matthew, where the balance of the people in tax money there? Jamaica, this is serious, you know. This is serious, but I don't get the chance to go through the report. Me only they read the headline. I got the email because it was tabled in Parliament. And from the table, you know, say it is public knowledge. And that's why Juliet will listen like when the Integrity Commission report them table, you know, because once it table, you know, say, look at me, for me hand it I go drop in a fuss. Well, Jamaica, this is when I drop in a for me hand, and me attack. Me attack because me don't believe say people for thief and bare face so. People for thief but no so man. Can you imagine when who know a thief, you know? And the whole shovel out a door, you know, just a rake in the money, you know, the whole shovel. You know, say I couldn't use one teaspoon and thief and little by little, you know, say, want gas money. Me can pinch my little girlfriend and give them one gas money. And them the kind of petty thief they. $4 billion you want sit down pan. Then how you not grow an inch further, Matthew? When you sit down pan $4 billion, you know, you're supposed to give a little height. And look you know. Jamaica people, what me say? You sit down pan $5 billion, $4 billion you sit down pan, we left off of the 10 billion. And you not grow not even an inch, you're supposed to get little height. In joules. Yeah, they make the come on. If you get $10 billion to spend and you spend only $6 billion, and you sit down for $4 billion, you're supposed to grow an inch or two. You're supposed to grow an inch or two, so you sit down for $4 billion and you remain the same? No, something not right here, so Matthew. We demand a full explanation as to what happened to taxpayers' money. We cannot continue like this as a country. And so we demand the Minister of Water and Environment, Matthew Samuda, to come and tell the people of this country where the balance of their money they. This is not a good look. A responsible Prime Minister and a leader would have asked Matthew Samuda to come into his office. What is this before me, Matthew? Can you explain? And you give him some time off to go explain himself. As a leader operate. Well, I know that is how Mark Golding leads. Jamaica, why is it that every single ministry that got audit have been flagged for corruption? In JM? No, sir. Jamaica people, I am stunned and floored. As we get ready to wrap up the program, let me remind you, Jamaica, that the last Friday of this month, I will be doing a tag drive.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, so may I keep the integrity boss right to him there, you know? Yes, man. Now go to the article. Like and share up the live, like and share up the reaction. Let's go to this article. I want to know if you guys are seeing it. Seeing it well. Let me see. You're supposed to be seeing it in full. It says the NWC drowning under $33 billion debt, falling short of critical projects. Let's read, ladies and gentlemen. Let's read. Let's read. This is interesting. I didn't even read this article yet to tell you the truth, but I intended to. Let's get it.
NWC drowning under $33 billion debt, falling short on S. A performance audit has unmasked severe structural and financial challenges at the National Water Commission, NWC, revealing that the utility provider is buckling under a staggering $33 billion debt while failing to execute critical water and sewerage infrastructure upgrades. The findings are the latest in an Auditor General's Department, OGD, report tabled in Parliament on Tuesday, following an evaluation of the effectiveness and efficiency of the NWC's management of capital projects. Auditor General Pamela Monroe Ellis said the audit was done to assess alignment with the organization's budget and strategic objectives. It revealed that despite moving from a multi-billion-dollar loss of $5.7 billion in financial year 2019 to 20 to a profit of $0.2 billion in financial year 2023 to 24, the agency is facing a severe cash shortage. The audit showed that for every dollar the state-run entity owes in short-term debt, it has only 50 cents in cash, causing its unpaid bills to suppliers to climb from $10.6 billion 10 years ago to $33.2 billion at March 2026.
What can go so?
March 2026. The financial strain, the audit report said, is worsened by a major collection problem as the NWC only expects to collect $4.6 billion from customers, having already written off $18.3 billion as unrecoverable bad debt. Still, the report said the NWC increased its internal project budget to $2.1 billion, up from $1.5 billion in 2019 to 20. The audit also found that the NWC consistently spent less on water infrastructure than it planned, and that actual capital spending fell short of the budget in 4 of 5 years. The OGD said this meant that
What can go so?
Something not right, my wisdom warriors. Something is not right. Tell about them.
Emotional damage.
that planned improvements to water. The audit also found that the NWC consistently spent less on water infrastructure than it planned, and that actual capital spending fell short of the budget in 4 of 5 years. The OGD said this meant that planned improvements to water and sewerage systems may have been delayed. The audit report showed that the NWC systematically failed to meet its infrastructure goals during the review period by delivering substantially less capital work than budgeted. This resulted in direct, adverse consequences for public water and wastewater service reliability. Further, it said that although the utility's total capital budget grew from $7.2 billion in the 2019 to 20 financial year to a peak of $12.1 billion in 2020 to 21 before steadily declining, the spending was severely underexecuted in every year except 2019 to 20. The failure stemmed from a lack of budget credibility, the report said, as the NWC's capital plans were unanchored from realistic revenue, expenditure, and financing forecasts, forcing the agency to routinely defer or scale back critical infrastructure upgrades at the expense of the public. The consequence falls on service delivery. Planned investments in water, sewerage, and treatment infrastructure were deferred or scaled back, with implications for the reliability of services to the public, Monroe Ellis said in the report. Further, the 60-page audit report noted that 58%, 29 of 50, of audited contracts ran late, with delays of 3 months to 2.5 years. The delays were due mainly to contractor underperformance, the NWC entering into works contracts without first securing the requisite pipelines, unresolved land access issues, slow approval of variation orders, delayed fund disbursements, and legal challenges. We expected NWC to apply strong project and contract management, including adequate project planning and effective oversight, to ensure capital projects were delivered on time, within budget, and with value for money, said Monroe Ellis. However, case study reviews for 5 contracts revealed delays up to 29 months tied to the NWC's failure to enforce contractual remedies and provide timely responses to contractor claims. These issues negatively impacted the timely and effective completion of critical water supply improvement initiatives, highlighting the urgent need for improved contract management practices and stronger oversight mechanisms, she said. The OGD report said management undermined the credibility of its capital budget and crippled board oversight by submitting incomplete and inconsistent financial reports between 2019 to 20 and 2023 to 24. It said monthly project expenditure updates provided to the board excluded material and equipment supply contracts, capturing only works contracts instead. Furthermore, the NWC breached its statutory duties under the Public Bodies Management and Accountability (PBMA) Act, the report said, by failing to include mandatory explanations for cost variances and time delays in its quarterly reports to the Portfolio Ministry.
Wait, what? Hold up. It said monthly project expenditure updates provided to the board excluded material and equipment supply contracts. That means they didn't put them in there. The monthly expenditure updates, it excluded material and equipment supply contracts, capturing only works contracts instead. Furthermore, the NWC breached its statutory duties under the Public Bodies Management and Accountability Act. The report said by failing to include mandatory explanation for cost variance and time delays in its quarterly reports to the portfolio ministry. No, listen. I don't understand how this happens. The law is the law. What is preventing the NWC? What is deterring them from following the law? But you see, them say if the head of the stream is corrupt, the entire river will be also. When there's no accountability, when Andrew Wallace statutory declaration cannot be certified, and all these things that look like a total red flag in well-thinking Jamaicans' mind, and he doesn't step aside. Everybody else feel like they can do these things in other ministries or other areas. You understand? Unbelievable. Let's continue.
Ministry. Discover more. Advertise with us. This reporting breakdown left both management and oversight bodies without the comprehensive data required to allocate resources effectively, ultimately weakening accountability and stalling project delivery, it said. Added to that, the report said the NWC did not get value for money when it spent $3.6 million $568.2 million, on a financial management system that did not work effectively and had modules that remained partly ineffective due to ongoing system problems. NWC reported that it experienced significant implementation impediments, which resulted in incomplete financial records, persistent reconciliation issues, and inability to fully utilize all modules, including procurement, inventory management, and accounts payable. In December 2025, NWC engaged a new contractor at a cost of $198,000 $31 million, to address ongoing system deficiencies, the document outlined. The NWC did not meet critical targets for revenue growth and operational efficiency for financial years 2019 to 20 to 2024 to 25, except for revenue growth target for FY 2022-23 in breach of the PBMA Act, the Monroe-Ellis report said. The legislation requires the submission of annual reports, including audited financial statements within 4 months after the end of each financial year. This noncompliance undermines transparency and accountability and may adversely affect stakeholder confidence and regulatory oversight, said the OGD. For 6 consecutive years between the 2019-20 and 2024-25 financial periods, the audit report said the NWC did not meet critical targets for revenue growth and operational efficiency. It said in keeping with the PBMA Act, the NWC established KPIs in alignment with its strategic objectives. However, the NWC did not meet KPI targets for operational efficiency, including energy efficiency and non-revenue water, over the review period. Further, apart from FY 2022-23, the NWC did not meet KPI targets for revenue growth during the review period. Although NWC had set targets to increase access to potable water to 74% and sewerage services to 20% of the population by financial year 2023-24, the Commission did not measure and report on these KPI outcomes. Without sufficient performance tracking, progress towards these targets could not be measured, said Monroe-Ellis. Her report said subsequently, in November 2025, the NWC reported on the KPIs for access to potable water, 75.4% against a new 79% target, and sewerage services, 29.9% against a new 25% target, for financial year 2024-25 in its business performance and analysis report. Monroe-Ellis has recommended that the NWC immediately establish a robust, formal prioritization framework, using a weighted scoring model to select capital projects objectively. She said to ensure budget credibility, the NWC must cease planning internally funded projects around unrealized revenue and, instead, cap its capital expenditure envelope based on realistic cash flow forecasts and confirmed funding sources. She also urged the NWC to implement a board-approved working capital and payables management plan to restore its quick ratio and reduce overall payables by 15%. To eliminate project delivery delays, the report underscores the need to ensure complete project readiness before mobilizing any works contract alongside aligning procurement timelines to the budget cycle so that contracts are not signed without confirmed financing. Monroe-Ellis further said the NWC must enhance corporate governance, accountability, and transparency by establishing unified contract reporting routines, implementing rigid acceptance protocols for large IT infrastructure to prevent persistent system defects, and immediately clear its consecutive backlog of unsubmitted audited financial statements and annual reports. Based on the evidence presented, there are significant concerns regarding the credibility of the NWC's capital budget. Implementing the recommendations in this report would reestablish the credibility of NWC's capital budget and strengthen its delivery of the public services Jamaicans rely on, said the OGD.
Wow. Wow. That's all I gotta say. Wow. That is a comprehensive. Let me add this article to this reaction piece here, because the news in Jamaica is ridiculous. Dushan Savadia, Amber Group CEO, appointed chairman of Special Economic Zone Regulator. More want to know for zoning for Nara, ladies and gentlemen, and zoning for this appointment at the same time.
Dushyant Savadia, founder and chief executive of the Amber Group, a technology company, has been appointed chairman of the Jamaica Special Economic. Our Dr. Andrew Dushyant Savadia, founder and chief executive of the Amber Group, a technology company, has been appointed chairman of the Jamaica Special Economic Zone Authority, SEZA. The authority announced the appointment on its Instagram page on Monday, describing Savadia as bringing a forward-looking vision that aligns with SEZA's commitment to driving investment, innovation, and sustainable economic growth. We look forward to working together to strengthen Jamaica's position as a premier destination for business and investment, the agency added. SEZA is the state body responsible for regulating and developing Jamaica's special economic zones, which are designated areas offering fiscal and regulatory incentives, such as lower corporate taxes, to attract foreign and domestic investment.
Do you realize how much money this will save us?
What's that?
I just built a budgeting app with Base 44. Look, it pulls all our expenses into one place and breaks down spending by team.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible.
Nina can't code.
Interesting. Can it generate reports?
It can now.
Nice. That's actually pretty good. If you're going for generic.
How about now?
Oh, that's much better. What about all of our files?
It's already connected to our drive and our mail and Slack.
You gotta send this to finance.
Interesting. But it needs editing permission by department.
Sure. Anything else?
Can this thing process invoices?
Can it show cost growth by category?
Is it password protected? Can it track spending trends?
Only can auto flag overspending.
Done.
Nice.
So, one P local people, and how you gonna attract foreign investment? Any well-thinking person from overseas that is looking at Jamaica corruption, scandals in this country, the lack of accountability, like we just read with NWC, you understand? Why would they want to come to Jamaica to invest? And how does Amber Group and this man is going to change that? What has been the track record of the Amber Group? Haven't they had some serious failures, ladies and gentlemen? Some failures that some people want to hide. But big up to people like Mystic Sensation. You understand? That unearth these articles and this information and share it with us about the Amber Group. They have been quite meticulous in terms of covering this particular individual, Dushyant Savadia, and his history, where it come from, his story told, and the inconsistencies thereof. But here he is, a close friend, a man that was poor in India and came to the Caribbean, and then once he knocked head with Andrew Honest, billionaire, right? But the same Andrew Honest don't know how to grow our economy by more than 1.8% at any given time in his history as the leader of the Jamaica Labour Party and the Prime Minister. No time he has done that. And he has grown his own wealth. Oh, by the way, the same wealth that he does not know how to explain. Uncertified. And then we have Nara in the mix of all of this. And this person is going to be the CEO, appointed chairman, the chairman of a special economic zone regulator.
Investment. In May 2023, Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness appointed Savadia Ambassador and Special Investment Envoy for Technology, one of 4 such envoys named at the time to drive economic growth. He has also served on several other government boards.
Jamaica, want to hear that? So this man is very close to Andrew Honest. Andrew Honest appointed him Special Investment Envoy for Technology. Oh, by the way, there was a breach. There has been some breaches in our technology as well. I'm going to go to that article. Let's continue.
Boards. Savadia founded the Amber Group in Jamaica in 2015. Amber Connect, one of its first companies, provides AI-powered vehicle tracking, security, and fleet management solutions. His company also has a relation whip with the state's training agency, the Heart/NSDA Trust. That partnership is named the Amber Heart Academy, which was established to provide skills training in cybersecurity, data analytics, mobile and web application development to unattached Jamaican youth. The SEZA falls under the portfolio of the Aubin Hill-led Ministry of Industry, Investment, and Commerce. In February 2021, the Amber Group faced scrutiny after it emerged that the JAMCOVID website it developed for the government to manage pandemic-related travel had exposed some travelers' personal information. The company said it immediately and successfully addressed the security issue. Follow the Gleaner on X, formerly Twitter, and Instagram at Jamaica.
So Jamaica, when this is we're not telling a lie on them, there was a big breach in the JAMCOVID website. This company, this money and the company has only had some colossal failures. I haven't really seen. That was a superb breach. That was a colossal failure. You understand? And of course, you know, given the needs, tying everything together, you know, them wanting to go digital, and this man is supposed to be the person that is at the center of all of that. Yeah, I'm not very confident given its antecedents, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know about you guys. But there's an article, man. There's an article, a story that I saw where there was some type of breach where the some data is concerned. You understand? Oh, see there? Hackers claim access to the NHF client medical thing. Make you hear what I'm have to say.
NHF has confirmed receipt of a threat from a hacker group claiming to have access to some of the data. It's not yet confirmed, even though they have indicated some of the data that they say they have. It's not yet confirmed. However, enough evidence was gathered to require the agency to report the incident to the Office of Information Commissioner. That's an area falling under Minister Wheatley's portfolio. Additionally, the team has reached out to MOCA to update them on the situation, and will engage with the relevant agencies further for support with the investigation. Just to assure the public that the immediate steps have been taken to reinforce security protocols and hardening of the organization's security posture is ongoing. What's this data? This data is about medication and, you know, maybe who benefits from what type of medication. It's confidential data. We don't reveal our history of medication administration. And we do get attacks on a daily basis, just as the banks do and so on. But I just wanted to raise this to the public because something is being circulated in this space. Thank you. NHF has confirmed.
Very, very serious, ladies and gentlemen. You understand? So let me know what you guys think, yeah? I personally don't have any confidence in these people, to be quite honest with you. I don't know who in their right mind would. But hey, it is what it is. You know what I mean? Let me know what you guys think. Remember to like, share, and subscribe.
That we want is one that is not paralyzed into inaction by fear. Fear of climate change, fear of war, fear of technology. Instead, we want an alliance that boldly races into the future.
So he wants an alliance that is not afraid to go to war. That's a part of it. He said war. Hey, Lord have mercy. What? Hey, man, let me know what y'all think. Like, do you think what the man said here? I mean, I don't know about him saying that. Like, what the man said here, it doesn't sound as if he's against colonialism to me. I ain't gonna care.
Mass judicial killings of young Jamaicans, imperialistic behavior. So we have to look at these things and see what it is. Remember, you know, recently at a speech in Munich, Marco Rubio said to the world, the biggest mistake that the Western world made was to decolonize the Caribbean. That's what came out of his mouth.
Wow.
So when we see war, military ships, nuclear ships coming in, when we see leaders being dragged out of their country, when we're seeing seeing the trampling and the bullying of our sovereignty.
Yeah.
This is no surprise. These things are a part of
Hold on, caller. Man, y'all let me know what y'all think about that part. Let's go back to our realities, ladies and gentlemen, in regards to our food prices. Wow. Wow.
Every pound of flour that comes to Port Antonio is carried by a truck. And I don't care if they want to lock me up. This is time to take to the street. The government must back up. Facts. Whenever I hear something make I feel like I want to cry.
Facts.
God almighty. Let's not even talk about low sulfur. We're going at 12.50.
What?
Let's not even go there.
So
the truck with a banana from Rio Grande Valley got Kingston. A diesel it use. Every truck where you see on the road, a diesel them use.
Man.
So let me ask you something now. The coaster man them run from Port Antonio to Kingston.
Yeah.
I go raise bus fare.
Backside.
$10 per litre. God almighty.
Enough safe.
Jesus, you know me not bleeding him in vain.
Enough safe. Jamaica, wanna make me know what I think, yeah. Big up, Cotton Bell. Yeah. Boy, listen.
Papdora, a markups 3D creator. Have 2,000 plus customizable packaging templates and deadlines with 3D markups. 80% time saving convenient. Get started quickly, one-click export. Online 3D modeling bring your packaging to life. View your 3D design in real time. Start designing for free now.
May I record this one and so I want you to give you the details of this thing when you find out what's going on. And the people in my ear loud and clear like a whistle.
What? So we are talking about the paper, right?
Yes.
How the government.
Yes.
In Canada, you know. So, as I did make you know before, the government is playing catch up when Canada wants Jamaican paper, catch money paper.
Right.
So, at this point right now, we're in a shortage right across Canada for the Jamaican catch money paper, which is the most preferred and the number one recommended paper.
Right.
Every nation in Canada have something with the Jamaican paper. Just eat them paper. So at this point now, the government would have to seek in Canada, would have to seek elsewhere, or I just say business people would have to seek elsewhere now to get the papers. Because last when them hear from Fly Green is that from Melissa, the farmers haven't getting a chance to bounce back really to stabilize the paper market in Canada. So I currently know where I say the government can drop the ball or can lose that market at any minute, at any time now. Because presently, now them are buy papers from Trinidad and from Dominica for $30, 30 Canadian a box of 8 pound a paper.
Yes.
While Jamaican Scotch bonnet paper usually cost 60 Canadian dollars.
And me, I want to talk about it the other day, and me I say, really and truly, suppose them people they really start to get, familiar with that paper there, and it costs less and it's alright enough for them. Say, maybe we not have to pay so much for Jamaican paper.
We just go and work with this.
Yeah, and then we lose the market.
We lose the market regardless the flavor, the flavor of the tongue. Yeah. So we just want to suggest about the people then. Now if it depends on the government, anybody want to know they can export some pepper from Jamaica to Canada. When you try the market for yourself.
Well, I mean, really and truly doing it. If it's a partnership between the Canadian government and the Jamaican government, we still would have to work through the government, and that will mean you have to make sure you have your radar lights, none of them, something there. And they would have needed
This come back down to revenue. This come back down to revenue back in the economy to Jamaica, right?
Yeah.
So that's why if they're not no, we have a lose.
Yeah, but we have seen them in terms of acting now. We have seen their reputation. It's not something that they do very well in acting in real time. When them complacent, them lackadaisical, them drag them foot.
And it's so surprising how the media can get to fly greed in Canada. But here still the media in Jamaica can't get to fly greed for no information.
So what you say is that fly greed was reached out to by the media over there and then get him and then give us and give a statement. But fly greed is not reachable in Jamaica. Very interesting.
Exactly. So and to that part we are talking about again to Bolo. The other day may have the discussion about how it all go with the communities that don't return back them light. And we see we never know a priority we really are talking about.
Mighty God.
So we go with the year we are talking about priority and we never know that it's exactly what we are talking about. And it come back down to the farm.
Yeah. We're not sure that concern about people losing out.
Right. Because we are talking about the digitalization by the Chinese.
Yes.
How we are saying, how it all go with them people here now in the disaster area. And the priority was the answer we talk about. So we kind of highlight the fact that there is more market for we in the Canada,
Yeah,
Jamaica. And we are highlighting the government keep dropping the ball again where that is concerned. There's not only the people that must suffer, but farmers are suffer as well
Yeah, well,
underneath this revelation now.
rather than have no seed for 2 years now. I went not to talk about. I went not 6 Scotch bonnet paper for $3.50. Mighty God. But only Jamaica has the best Scotch bonnet. They can never duplicate it because the soil and the red dirt enriches the nutrients. This is what makes the pepper so special. Okay. Okay, but what I'm saying is, it's not about them duplicating it. And you never know where technology can go. Right? So it is important that once there's a demand, you should keep supplying, don't make them look left or right. It's like you have a girlfriend, and you have a wife, and you stop pay her attention. I mean, normal human being, I go find the attention elsewhere, especially when they know that she love attention. Not true?
But if we do the maths and check how many weeks now from Hurricane Melissa, right? We could have been a flood back the market. Canada should even have a complaint since the know it's a
because how long it take for pepper grow?
6 to 8 weeks.
6 to 8 weeks. Then a 2 times then could have grow batch of pepper then, man. For the market, man.
I said 3 times. You understand?
6 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks at a 2 month. Of course. Then could have grown 2 times already and pull up back the market. And get the ball running. That's a 7 month gone, you know. A 7 month gone, you know.
Okay.
So they would have on the second batch to replenish, depending upon the planting time of the farmer them where them link up with.
I'm so glad that have people are watching and there in Canada as well. Because then now we have to put more highlights on sweet potato and yam. The Jamaican sweet potato and the Jamaican yam. Them that go for price in Canada and people still buy it no matter what. But yet still the market is more now flooded by Mexican and by the African potatoes them.
But the people where people must about for them potato them.
Then they like bowler man. When you want good eating potatoes and yam, a Jamaican market you have to go. When you go in the fresh cut them or in the good store them.
More share the screen of the people to show them say that Scotch bonnet pepper something I want a serious ball game. And I'm gonna look on this, ladies and gentlemen. I'm show them what I'm going. I'm gonna find an article now. Big old CBS. Big old CBC, I mean. We'll see if we can see it properly on the screen. Look on this. Jamaica Scotch bonnet prices soar amid shortage, putting the squeeze on hot sauce. Right?
Right.
So the Scotch bonnet have shortage. I see that. And it's a Canada, see that? The latest food to be hit by shortage, the spicy peppers, as the key independent ingredient in the Jamaican jerk seasoning and hot sauces, which are staples in Jamaica that are also popular in Canada. You understand? And other parts of parts of the growing global demand for Caribbean flavor. But as crops, Scotch bonnet peppers are temperamental and susceptible to pest and disease, which can lead to local supply issues. Plus, the Jamaican produce has been hammered by recent weather events, such as Hurricane Melissa in October. It says here that it is very sensitive crop. Sheldon Grant, a farmer of St. Catherine Parish, Jamaica, told CBC News. But it's a crop that offers great potential. It's like gambling. Grant and his wife, Shanice Benoit Grant, have tried to grow Scotch bonnet peppers every year since 2021. The year they launched their farm, Nature Inspired Jamaica, they had 2 successful crops. The rest were devastated by a pest called thrips disease and 2024 Hurricane Beryl. Right? So Hurricane Beryl mashed them up. So Hurricane Melissa mashed up too. Hold on. After the loss of another crop to disease last year, they didn't plant them again. So them never plant them again. Instead, when Hurricane Melissa swept across the island in late October, it wiped out their sweet potatoes and sorghum. CDC has reached out to Jamaica Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining, blah, blah, blah. Agriculture Common Regulator Authority for data and Scotch bonnet peppers. Not yet heard back. So CDC, so they know you're back from them. But recent media reports speak of Jamaica Scotch bonnet pepper shortage and price increase and say that some hot sauce makers have had to scale back production. Grant says the last hurricane wiped out entire farms, and by December, Scotch bonnet prices in the local market surged as high as 5,000 Jamaican per pound, about 44 Canadian. Damn! No, sir, Mr. South. I want to go on there, so hold on there. This is not done yet. Let me just get out this article here, quick and fast. What you say, sir? Jamaica Scotch bonnet peppers are barely being stocked in Toronto grocery stores because it's much cheaper for distributors to get peppers from Trinidad and Dominican Republic. Narine says an 8-pound box of Scotch bonnet pepper from the Dominican Republic costs $30 or $40 versus $6 from a box from Jamaica, he added. Prices have doubled over the past few years, said Jonah Grant Bailey, the second generation owner of Caribbean Corner Grocery Store in Canada. The pepper have also been harder to get, she said, but notes that they've managed to keep their shelves stocked with Scotch bonnets thanks to her mother's long-standing relationship with their Jamaican suppliers. Wow. As a result, Grant Bailey says they've seen more restaurants and catering businesses order Scotch bonnet peppers from Caribbean Corner in bulk. In fact, someone called the store Thursday asking to reserve 3 cases of Scotch bonnet, she said. And the price then double? No, sir. Scarcity is making the cost prohibitive for Scotch bonnet pepper, sauce companies, Grant Bailey said, which could drive up the retail price for the condiment. The flavor of the Scotch bonnet pepper is so unique that you really can't combine any other type of pepper and get the same flavor profile. You can smell it a mile away. No, man, this article is dangerous. It goes on, but we don't read no more. It is everything what Splash says confirmed, ladies and gentlemen, from this article. See that one picture of them in their store? Mighty God, they might get rich off a Scotch bonnet pepper, my boss. No, sir. Flash Digi with the on-point info.
I'm dead.
Alright.
Easy, me channel. They can't talk to you, guys. Come with the facts.
I'm bearing in mind, it's just the headline, it's just the news when I listen on the radio when I call you back.
Yes, alright, my side. Big up on yourself and thanks for joining. Alright, I'm going to end the live stream as in. Yeah, man, look more, alright? Blessings. The word is love. If you haven't hit the like button yet, smash that like button. And before you exit. And share the live to man. And if you haven't subscribed, subscribe. Click the notification bell and click all. Alright? My blessings, my respects.